online episode, World Cancer Day. Raise awareness, improve education.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Cancer Day. Raise awareness, improve education.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Cancer Day. Raise awareness, improve education.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Cancer Day. Raise awareness, improve education.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us feed our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us feed.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Cancer Day. Raise awareness, improve education.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us feed our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us feed.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Cancer Day. Raise awareness, improve education.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us feed our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us feed.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Cancer Day. Raise awareness, improve education.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Hi, Sina.
Okay, Nishit, spotlight on Dr. Amrita, and then she can go. If you spotlight Dr. Amrita, Nishit, thank you.
Global Namaste, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I'm your host, Amrita Sharma, and I welcome you to this episode of Cancer Awareness today. As you all are very well aware of this very fashionable word, which is deadly, which is life changing, which is something that people are scared of, and something which people are proud of when they win the game of life. And that's why today's episode is specially dedicated on Cancer Awareness and Cancer Day for all those who want to know more about it, for all those who have been cancer survivors, for all those who are caregivers, and also we have a panel of experts from different parts of the world who will be joining us to share with us their insights, their prescriptions, their valuable insights on what basically cancer is, how it can be treated, and a lot more. But before that, let's start with Gayatri Mantra, as nothing is beyond the prayers. You may hold any affirmation of your choice. Joining our hands together, closing the eyes. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayam Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Cancer, people are very scared about it. Sometimes it makes us do a lot of things we think about. There's a lot of discussion and debates all over the world regarding our lifestyles, regarding our way of thinking, regarding things that we use, regarding environment, sustainability, and a lot more to talk about what can be cancerous and how we can protect ourselves from all these things. Sometimes the time just flies, and sometimes the time becomes the only way that we have, and it's a matter of that time that we save the life of millions. And that's why, with this time specifically of today's episode, I warmly welcome our episode producer of today, Kirit Mistriji. Global Namaste, and a very good afternoon.
Global Namaste, Amritaji, thank you. And good afternoon to everyone who's tuned in today to listen and learn what we're going to be talking about today. So, yes.
Kirit, you have been, you are the president of Rotary Club Organ Donation in UK, as well as you represent the SAHA, the South Asian Health Association, and you are very much involved in so many incredible things in relation to organ donation and so many programs that is always really lovely for me to host these kind of episodes with you, where we are helping people and guiding people, and maybe who knows when, where, and whom gets a single help of a finger to touch on and maybe move on in life. So I am really very glad that we come up with different kind of episodes every week, especially dedicated to organ donation as well as lifestyle disorders and many other disorders like this, and specifically cancer, which is so varied in so many types that people don't even have time to say, "Oh God."
That's right.
So
That's right,
just add
Mr.
on
G.
with that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, it's good to present with yourself, and also, with your background as well in terms of the alternative um, approaches in medicine, and also the other work you do as well. It's great to have learn from you as well. And I think today the cancer area is something that we've been focusing on for about three years now, and that was when NHS England here put together a program called Health and Core 20+5 is around addressing health inequalities. And we were fortunate as a local organisation to team up with our local NHS to start working on cancer, hypertension, respiratory as the three main areas that affect our communities. But also, most importantly, the cancer work was around early diagnosis and screening. We were seeing a lot of our communities presenting very late, and sadly sometimes at the stage 4 end of certain cancers, and that's late presentation sadly leads to not able to cure. If it's detected early, there's obviously the treatment can start. So it was through that journey that currently we came across a number of wonderful people living with different cancers, so from breast cancer, bowel cancer, oral cancer, blood cancers. And these are our community connectors, we call them. They're the ones who have got the personal journey that they've been on. And, you'll hear from some of them today who's going to be talking about their journey. But it's our connectors are the real change makers. They're the real people who can get the message out. I can produce programs like this. I can bring people. I've also obviously had friends who've gone through, cancer journeys themselves, but the real people who have gone through it, they're the ones who can really empower and be a role model to others, to help them to look at don't suffer in silence. Since the connectors have come together, they've become a friendship group, they're a peer group, and they have now seen solace with that group. They couldn't even talk to their families about their journey. As Neil Bai said, and that's what you said as well, cancer is still very much a taboo subject within our communities. The C word is something that people want to keep it within their four walls. But sadly, they can keep it for so long, but then they do need to reach out. They need to, and the message we've been giving through our connectors is you don't suffer in silence. There is support available. If you talk, if you have those conversations, you can get the right treatment when you need it. And luckily, the NHS, we're in the UK, there's NHS that do offer lots of screening services. And that's what we've been trying to do, is promote the importance of early diagnosis, screening, and how to get that screening. So it just happens this month we finished was Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. And we've taken out, we just did a lovely session this week with a group of 85 South Asian women to raise awareness about cervical cancer, to raise awareness of, human papillomavirus, HPV, because that's another virus, that will, if not vaccinated, will then hopefully, if vaccinated, will help prevent cervical cancer. And you're going to hear from some of the experts later, but that's the message that we're trying to give out to the communities. And it's by going to these groups, taking out the message. We take out the healthcare professionals to these groups because sometimes they can't access them. So all we do is connect the healthcare, bring the healthcare teams out to the community. And as I said, we had a great session talking about cervical cancer, talking about how you can get, the screening, and something that, really important. And again, luckily in the UK, you know, we in 23-24 over 3 million women from 25 to 64 years with cervix were screened. But again, when we look at those statistics, our communities are still not, the uptake is still quite poor with certain communities. So we need to have better education, better awareness, and it's the engagement that we do. We believe that engaging with our communities is the only way to get the message out. And I think the systems, the NHS, they realize that they're still, our communities don't trust the NHS. They don't trust some of their, their healthcare professionals. We're trying to bridge that gap, help them build the trust, but at the same time, quite importantly, take them to the communities. Don't expect them to come to you. Certainly, yes, when you've got to go for your various consultations and your therapy, it's important to try and make sure that the consultants come to the community. And luckily, we've got one today who's been amazing. She's been coming out. She's a breast cancer consultant. You'll hear from her. And she's been really passionate about going out into the community. So I'm going to kind of leave it there because we're going to introduce Dr. Ben, who's going to talk, but I think it's the message for people watching is that wherever you are, early diagnosis, early screening is important. And if you're in the UK, there is now, if you've got the signs and symptoms, your body better than anyone. If you've got certain signs and symptoms, there is a 2-week pathway that they can get, see their doctor, and within 2 weeks, they will be given an appointment to get through the cancer pathway. So that's one message you'll hear repeatedly throughout today in terms of getting that support. So without further ado, I'll let Amrita Ji, also if there's any questions you've what I've just said, but I think it's important about the speakers today. I'm really privileged to meet some of them. Some of them I've known, but we've got some new speakers and doing some amazing work. So that's really what today's about.
Absolutely, you're absolutely true. And today we are really glad to also welcome our Chef D, Dakshaji. Global Namaste, very good afternoon. And I'm really happy to have you because most of the time I have also come across with you with your personal notes as well as your professional notes from the kitchen and the personal journeys in your life. And today I would like to know both of them from your expertise point of view as your personal journey too. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, and a global namaste to everybody. Thank you, Healing Gara, for this amazing platform, doing such a wonderful job getting everybody together, and there's so much to learn and empowering from everybody's input. Yes, thank you, Amrita, for a lovely introduction as well. As everybody knows, I'm Chef D, also known as Daksha, or the other way around, Daksha known as Chef D. But I've been working and advocating healthy cooking for a number of years now. I've been in the food industry for many, many years, and it only took a massive tragedy in my life to set me off on a whole new journey. Unfortunately, I wish I could say my journey started on a good note, but it didn't. It began with a loss, but luckily I found some strength to turn all that pain and strength, turn all that pain into a strength. Because my sister actually became my greatest teacher. What she showed me, her strength, she wasn't, her cancer wasn't picked up early. When she was diagnosed, unfortunately, it was stage 4. But through her determination and her willpower, her mental strength, she dived into the power of nutrition. She started understanding that something's gone wrong in her life. And alongside her, I learned a lot as well. With everything she did in her life, she added an extra 3.5 years of life to her. And it was amazing. It was the best 3.5 years God would have given us. But yes, unfortunately, we did lose her. And I wish I knew then what I know today. And that is my driving force. If I can even help one person, I will feel that her legacy is continuing, and we're still supporting where a lot of other agencies and a lot of other places are failing because people find themselves still lost when it comes to actual food and actual nutrition. I mean, you can be given a leaflet to say you've got to eat XYZ, but how to cook that correctly is where I always find people saying, well, I don't know how to cook it, or I can't make this delicious, or then they fall out of that and then they get back onto their bad habits. And as we all know, the power that nutrition holds, it really is a key to unlocking so many other benefits and the power to fight cancer. As Kiribai said, yes, prevention is better than cure. But unfortunately, when nothing happens to us, we feel invincible. We feel nothing's ever going to happen to us. So why should we care? And that is a roller coaster until something does happen, and then we're hunting for solutions. And unfortunately, for some people, it's just too late. So, yes, prevention is 101% better. But if you are diagnosed, you don't feel despair, don't feel as if you're lost, because there is ways to help you to strengthen your immune system, to help you fight. And that is the power of correct nutrition. And I say correct with a powerful meaning to the word correct, because there's just so much information out there that not only overlaps, but it, without being too technical, because I don't want to go technical, it can throw you off because they all contradict each other. So the average person would say, well, this research has said this, and this research has said this. So what do I do? And then they get lost. So all I can say is it's pure practice, like what we put into our everyday lives. If you just take the common 5 elements out of your life, which is bad toxins. Now, toxins are there every day in our air. We can't get rid of that. But what do we have control of? Toxins from pesticides, toxins from our cookware, toxins from the air we breathe, the aerosols that are sprayed around our house. That's one. That's still going inside our body. What's the second one? The actual food we put in our bodies. If we stop reaching for all this commercial food, all these convenient foods, that's where the power lies. The power lies in bringing everything back to home and cooking by yourself, so we can make sure that food is absolutely clean, pure. It's made by ourselves. It's got our energy in it. It's got our love in it, and that is going to fuel us. That is going to energize us and help us to fight, become that fighter, become more stronger through all our I've lost now. Sorry, through all our battles, to be honest. It's like at the end of the day, going through chemotherapy, going through all that radiation, it weakens you, it takes away every ounce of strength that you've got. So how do you replace that strength? You can't replace it with, quick, easy food. You have to structure it, you have to be mindful, and it has to play a massive part in your kitchen. And I know a lot of you, if I just refer back to my sister, like she had an amazing, a support system around her, and we all supported her. But it was her, she was the driving force. She decided, I want good quality food. So you are the driving force. Get people in there and help them, get them to help you. Start off a whole new initiative in your kitchen and say, right, okay, I'm getting rid of all these canned foods, these packet foods, and I'm going to bring in good quality, healthy foods, good quality ingredients. And the thing is, all I can say is, it's not even our fault. We've been consumed by decades and decades of marketing, by big pharma, large food companies. We've been bombarded with adverts, and our supermarkets are full with cheap food. It's just become far too convenient to say, oh, I don't, everybody's got an excuse for everything. It's like, oh, I'm too busy. I haven't got time in the morning before I go to work. But when we are diagnosed with something, all we ever got in life now is time, and that time is to get better, to heal. We may lose our jobs, we may have to close our businesses. So, does money really come into the factor when we think, oh, healthy food is expensive? So, sooner or later, we have to find that balance. And if we can find it sooner than later, it will be so much positive for us. So, it really isn't our fault, but we've got people like, you know, ourselves helping others, bringing all this to light, supporting you. So take our help. We're here, and get better, heal. If there's something you're lost, if there's somewhere you feel you need that extra help, I'm here. Kirit's here. The whole organization's here. We can support you. We can point you in that right direction. And my cooking workshops and the work I do around it will give you that energy and that strength to say, okay, I'm not going to reach for those quick and easy foods anymore. I'm going to learn to make it myself. And this is a habit not only once you're diagnosed, this is a habit we should implement in our families with our youngsters, our youths. It's just, it's a lost tradition, bringing back that homemade food is where everything starts because you've got the power to put the correct ingredients in. Stop letting the big organizations decide what you eat. Stop letting the big farmers decide what you put in your bodies after you go ill. They're ready. They're ready with the solutions, the antacids, the omeprazoles. You get trapped in that cycle of eating bad foods, then feeling ill, and then all you've got is medicine. But we need to get out of that entrapment. We need to come back out and be empowered to eat good quality, wholesome, powerful food, good quality nutrition. Removing these bad seed oils. I mean, there's a massive list. We can't go through everything in 15 minutes, but to remove ultra processed foods, sugars, especially with cancer, processed sugar is it's a non-negotiable. You have to take that out of your diet. And I'm not saying live your life without any sweetness. There are lovely, amazing sweetnesses out there in our nature. We've got stevia, monk fruit, we've got fruits, we've got molasses. Everything that can spike sugar, that's the raw form, can be controlled by introducing quality sweetness. And once you start eating that, you'll notice that your palate and your body doesn't crave for ultra processed foods. It's a magical process. You realize that your body actually never wanted this stuff. Your body actually wants good stuff. So you will see a shift in your taste buds, when you reach out for food, when you're feeling snackish, you will realize that, oh my God, I'm not reaching for a bag of crisps. I'm not reaching for that donut anymore. My mind is actually geared up, and it will make a difference. It has made a difference in so many people I'm working with. And it's phenomenal. It's a phenomenal change and shift that I wish I can implement in everybody's lives, but we can't do it until we're ready. So the key message at the end of the day is good quality food, colorful vegetables, get rid of bad fats, introduce good fats, join organizations that are supportive and are going to show you the right way, and let's get healthy together. We're all here for you. So yeah, if there's any other questions or
that was a great presentation, I think. And also, firstly, sorry about your loss, and also it's also important that I met you 2 weeks ago, and as soon as I met you, I thought, wow, just the inspiration and most importantly, the knowledge you have around, and you've hit at one key point. It's the behavior change in all of us, and that's something that I've tried. We've done a local project where we got a dietitian to help come and show us how to cook these healthy meals, not just give us the recipe books, but so our Healthy Kitchen was a project with the NHS, and it kind of helped to show people how to cook and what ingredients to use. And sometimes that's the real challenge, is about how much of what you put is really the question. Amritaji, anything you'd like to input on?
Yeah, thank you, Kirit bhai. Dakshaji, that was very nice actually, because you have really pointed out at so many important things, but the best part is about your own nutrition and nourishment. And as we are born, our mothers take care and our parents take care a lot about our nourishment and how we can get a right nutrition. And as we grow up, we forget about it because we take things for granted. And the other thing is, what I have found as a professional, that people think it's very stupid to cook in the kitchen. People think, I don't like going to the kitchen. People say, I don't like to cook. When people don't realize that it is the same thing that is going to be the gateway of your health, because a small hobby or a small work done by you can be a right karma for such an important thing in your life when you are suffering from anything like that. And specifically when it comes to change of your dietary pattern, all of a sudden when you're diagnosed with cancer and people, the whole family is after you and he's taking care of you, despite of the things that you don't like, you have to take because you have never made an effort to do certain things. And sometimes it's so tough to make these kind of changes, and that's the point where people struggle, and specifically at the time for all those patients who are receiving chemotherapies.
Absolutely.
And when you're at a stage where you are receiving chemotherapy and people who are on radiotherapy, the nutrition is the most important thing. And I also think that people don't die of cancer, people die of the ailments from the cancer, people die of the malnourishment from the cancer, and also the hope that they live in life that they won't be anymore now. So all these things
Absolutely.
I think have a big thing to do, and we would like to definitely catch with you further on all these things, because these are the stories of our life that we all have personally felt. So thank you
Yeah,
so much.
thank you. Thank you for having me, and love to do some more work on this, because obviously there's lots of ingredients I want to share, but it's going to be a way long list. So let's do this again someday. Let's plan maybe.
Yeah, I would request you to please take out some time. We can have an exclusive episode on diet for cancer patients only.
Absolutely. So
Perfect.
just a quick closing. You don't need perfection. You only need consistent, kind choices towards your body. Global
Thank you.
namaste, everybody.
Thank you,
Global
Dr. Mehta.
namaste.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
as I said, we'll move on
Yes.
to our next contributor, and obviously it's a privilege to have Ali Ohan from the Orchid Male Cancer Charity, and it's again another person who I've known in a previous work when he worked for British Heart Foundation, but we connected about a month ago or 2 months ago when when I went to see a performance that was put on through his charity, and I thought, wow, this is amazing work they're doing. So without further ado, I'd like to global namaste to Ali for joining us. Ali has over 30 years of working in the health and working within a number of organizations. But the key message is really around, is a senior leader, driving leadership, but also helping organizations to change and better serve our communities. That's the, real work that he's been doing. And when he was at British Heart Foundation, it was a cookery type of initiative to look at how are, the gurdwaras, how are the temples, how are they looking at serving food, what nutrition, what diet messages should be coming out. And again, we know that within our communities, heart health is a very, quite prevalent, but we also know we need to look at how we can get better messages out. So Ali, glad you've joined us. He's now he's the CEO of Orchid Charity, and he's going to tell us more about the charity, but also about the wonderful work he's done and also the current work that they're doing. So thank you, Ali, for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And yeah, Kerry, it's been a long time. I think we've known each other for, I can't remember now, it's over 20 years probably. I haven't worked at the London at the British Heart Foundation. So yes, I'm the CEO of a charity called Orchid. We're a male cancer charity based in London, but we cover the whole of the UK. We cover three male-specific cancers. That's prostate cancer, which is now the most common cancer in England. Penile cancer, which is a rare cancer, cancer of the penis. Numbers are relatively low, but the impact is devastating. And then testicular cancer, which is primarily, again, classed as a rare cancer, but tends to affect younger people from the age of around 15 to about 40 is the main age it's most people at risk at. We're a charity that's kind of, our history is based in research. That's how we started off over nearly 30 years ago. But over the years, we've progressed to providing more information, awareness and support. We have a number of kind of support services in regards to a nurse-led telephone helpline and online as well. We provide telephone counselling to both patients and their partners and wives. And we also, of course, fund research, and we've had a tissue bank based at Barts for a number of years where we store the tissues of those diagnosed of each of the male cancers from diagnosis right through to death. So we're able to kind of track the whole histology of their cancer journey, and those samples and those are available to researchers globally to advance research and find cures and alternative treatments as well. So that's what we do in a nutshell. We currently have a prison program where we're actually going along to prisons in England to all the male prisons and providing awareness and information. Because we're a great believer at Orchid that we believe that every man with a prostate, a penis, and a testicle should not be exempt from having this information, this awareness, regardless of where you're from, who you're from, where you're at, or which part of the country you're in. And we do even provide information globally as well. In regards to prostate cancer, as I said, it's the most common cancer. It affects around 58,000 men. In the UK, and unlike some when people say to me ask me about prostate cancer, what can I do to prevent it? What are the risk factors? And when we talk about risk factors, we think of things that we can change or avoid to not put us at risk. But unfortunately, with prostate cancer, that's not the case. There are three main risk factors, one being age. As we get older, from the age of around 45, 50 upwards, our risk of prostate cancer and prostate-related illnesses increase. As far as I'm aware, we have not yet been able to find a cure to stop the aging process. So while that's still the case, we will age with every year that goes past. So with that, our risk of prostate cancer also increases. The other is ethnicity. Currently in the UK, 1 in 8 men will go on to get prostate cancer in their lifetime. If you're of Black African or Black Caribbean heritage, your risk is twice as much. So we know with ethnicity, you can't change your ethnicity either. So that's another risk factor that we can't do anything about. And the last risk factor is family history. If you have a family history of prostate cancer, if your father or brother has had prostate cancer, or your mother or your sister has had breast cancer or ovarian cancer, your risk increases of prostate cancer. If they were diagnosed under the age of 60, your risk is even greater. And again, we can't change our family health history either. So there are 3 risk factors I quoted, and all 3 are things we can do nothing about. So what that leaves us with is the need to be well informed, to be able to have the correct information, the right information, and not things that we've just Googled and tried to find out. Because if you just go online, you will see thousands and millions of quotes and suggestions and views and therapies that people are offering. I think your information needs to come from a credible source. It needs to be well researched and validated before we take things on. But it's crucial that we are informed. I think for all our communities, information is power. And without that information, we're powerless. As I've heard, we do when we talk about cancer in our communities, it is spoken in hushed terms. There is still a stigma and a taboo around cancer. It's like as if even if we utter those words, it will come to our door. It will affect us. So if we ignore it, we don't mention it, then there's less likelihood it will come to us. So there's that one, there's that view. Then there's the other scale, the other end of the scale, where people say, and take on a more fatalistic approach. It's God's will. It's what was meant to be. I have to accept this. This is my kismet. This is my fate. So yes, but we also, if you are religious, if you believe in any faith that you believe in, I think all faiths, as far as I can understand, preach a sense of health and well-being. Our bodies are on loan to us. That's how I view it. It's up to us to look after it uh, in the way that it was given to us. So the more we're informed, the better choices we make, the better we're able to kind of take action at an earlier stage, puts us in the best possible chance. Unfortunately, we still see a number of our communities being diagnosed at crisis point. They're rushed into A&E, into accident emergency because they've collapsed, and at that point they discover they have a cancer diagnosis. That shouldn't be the case. Is this a community responsibility, or is it a responsibility for those around us, the service providers, our health trusts, and this could apply to any country that we're talking about. I think it's a two-way thing. Of course, there has to be the services available for us to be able to access, but also we as a community need to be proactive and not just reactive. So prioritizing our health and well-being is crucial. And to do that, we need to be empowered and have the knowledge. When it comes to prostate cancer, there are very clear signs and symptoms to look out for. They do tend to be urinary related because of the nature of where the prostate gland is. But unfortunately, a lot of people see these signs and symptoms as part of the aging process. Things like frequency, urgency to urinate, hesitancy, issues around erectile dysfunction. We as a community have kind of normalized these and have said, oh, these are just part of, as we get older, these things are going to happen and we'll just have to make do with that. That's not the case. These symptoms don't necessarily mean it will automatically result in a prostate cancer diagnosis, because the other two conditions that can go wrong with the prostate, the benign prostate hyperplasia, which is a natural enlargement of the prostate gland, and prostatitis, which is an inflammation of the prostate gland, tend to have very similar symptoms to look out for. So when you have these symptoms, you won't know which of the three you may have. And the only way you'll know is if you go and get checked out and if you go to your GP. I know we live in tight-knit communities. Sometimes our GPs are our local family, friends and relatives, and it can be quite embarrassing to go to your GP and disclose something in fear of embarrassment, but also in fear that that information might get leaked out and might be spread amongst the community. That needn't be the case. I'm sure many professionals will not act in that way and will not disclose any of your personal information to any family member, be it however close they are. But we do have to present. It won't go away. But as men, and again, this is across the board, men are quite not very good when it comes to our health. And I put my hands up for that as well. We assume, I think we've got this mindset that illness is a sign of weakness. And as men, we never want to identify as being weak. We're the strong providers that, we're always going to have to be strong and firm and be the ones to kind of help and fix. And then when things go wrong, we don't want to accept it. As we bury our head in the sand, we resort to taking some paracetamol or some painkillers, thinking it will just go away. But of course, these symptoms don't go away with just kind of painkillers. So you need to get checked out. So it's important that you go to your GP. I know people sometimes complain about the NHS, but we're very fortunate here in the UK that we do have a free National Health Service, and that we are privy to consultants and doctors and specialists. We may wait a little while sometimes, but as Kirat said, there is a 2-week turnaround for those where there's a suspicion of cancer, that you're fast tracked and you're usually seen within that 2-week period. So you go to your GP. There's some very quick. There are some straightforward things that will take place: just a urine sample test, an examination, and a blood test called a PSA, a prostate-specific antigen test, which will measure the level of antigens you have in your bloodstream per unit. And dependent on your age, it should come back at a certain reading. If it's high, it's an indication something's not quite right. Not necessarily meaning it's cancer, but it means there's some kind of activity within the prostate, which is resulting in this high antigen level. And then you'll be then referred to, if that is the case, you'll then be referred to the hospital, to urology department, where they will do all the tests again, but they'll also do an MRI scan to determine, to see if they can detect cancer. And if they are able to, then they'll do some targeted biopsies in that specific area to take a sample and then to check to see for cancer. So, as Kira also suggested, early detection is key. We know that people that are diagnosed early have a much better outcome, usually, because your treatment options are going to be greater, and your curative treatment is going to be far more likely than just palliative. But this is key. This really is dependent on you going as soon as you can, and not ignoring the symptoms and signs, and being quite assertive. We do sometimes hear that GPs are reluctant to provide this blood test, the PSA test, because they think it's not the most accurate of tests, or if they think you're not in that right profile, your age isn't the right age, or you're not the right ethnicity, they may discourage you from going for the test. But please be assertive. The blood test here in the UK is something that is mandatory, and is set out in guidelines to all GPs, something called the Prostate Cancer Risk Management Programme, that if you're over 45 if you're black, and over 50 if you're non-black, if you seek a prostate cancer blood test, your doctor should go through the pros and cons of the test, and then should you wish to continue, you say yay or nay. It shouldn't be dismissed. So please use your assertion, be assertive. I know sometimes we can view doctors as gods, and therefore what they say goes. But sometimes if we really feel there's something not quite right, and we know our bodies better than anyone else, something's not right, it doesn't feel right, and it hasn't felt right for a couple of weeks, please get it checked out.
Brilliant. Ali, thank you. And, we're fortunate that obviously I've just been to the Gurdwara this morning for our event for next week, which you're going to be privileged to be with us. And again, the Gurdwara are very keen on doing a lot more, and in around PSA and prostate. So great, we're going to have a good session next week. So thank you. And again, we will get you on again, because obviously you didn't get time to talk about your Community Champions program. But
sorry, I could cut straight into the.
That's fine. So we'll certainly, that's one of the flagship projects we'll be talking about in a future episode. Neil G, Amitabh G, anything do you want to add, or any questions that we've received?
Thank you, Kirit. Ali, that was very useful, particularly to men, and for women to educate and take care of their men. Let people know about your website. Ali, I want to ask you one question, and this is what they're asking. Can the prostate cancer spread beyond prostate?
Yes, it tends to, like the bones. So it tends to, one of the symptoms to look out for, we always ask people that if you've suddenly acquired a lower back pain, and it wasn't there before and it's remained there, that is an indication that the cancer may have spread. The cancer, once it leaves the prostate gland, it tends to settle on your spine, your pelvic area, and your hips. That's it's usual. My father had bowel cancer, and it spread from the bowel to the prostate. It can go the other way as well.
So there you are, the answer for those who asked it. Yes, it can spread like other cancers. Don't leave it too late. Don't worry about it. Vast majority men do get prostate, but by that time they are so old, but get it sorted earlier. Ali, let us show people your website because it's very important. And there, particularly, if you go to the related topics of the prostate, you've got everything, the clinical trials, the radiotherapy, the hormone therapy, the biopsy results. So just visit the website. Ali, let's remind them, what is the website URL, please?
It's orchid-cancer.org.uk. So it's www.orchid-cancer.org.uk.
Indeed, it is. Thank you very much, Ali. And I can suggest to people, go there. It's very nicely presented. It's ease of use. You can go to your desired query just by 3 clicks. So Ali, very well done. Maybe we can develop more on this. And then Kirit will talk to you where we can help people via online queries initially to sort them out and remove their fear. Maybe in-person events like Kirit is involved. So in London, there are lots and lots of big organizations who do it. So beautiful. Amrita, you don't have a prostate cancer, but any question from you?
Thank you so much. I would also like to know, are there any alternative therapies that you recommend, or in terms of diet, have you noticed with particular kind of lifestyle people have prostate cancer? Any of your recommendations in terms of that? Thank you.
So when we look globally, the lowest rates of prostate cancer are found in Japan. So Japanese men tend to be at the low end of being diagnosed or having prostate cancer. But when Japanese men migrate to the West, within 10 years of migrating, their risk of prostate cancer increases to that of the host community that they live in. So to me, this implies a lifestyle change of some kind. And without being too directive, I would say probably food plays a great part in that. So if you've suddenly migrated to the West, so if you look at the Japanese diet, they eat very little red meat. Their portion sizes are quite regulated. They exercise quite a lot. So if you migrate and you're in a 0 hours contract and you're working 19, 20 hours a day and you're having to rely on fast food and leading a very sedentary lifestyle, you're stressed because you've left your family, your country, and what stress does, it increases your ability to drink more, to smoke more, to be more sedentary, not to exercise. So I would say maintaining a healthy, but I can't say categorically that if you're overweight, you will get prostate cancer. But what I can say, if you do get prostate cancer and you're overweight, it's far more likely to spread. So I would always advocate for people to have a healthy weight, to adopt a healthy living style as best as possible. I know in community foods, our community foods can be quite rich sometimes. And having worked on a South Asian cooking program, I'm not talking about the high days and holiday festival foods that we eat. I think let's not shy away from those. Those are very lovely and let's keep to those. But our daily, everyday eating and consumption of food, I think we need to look at reducing saturated fats, our meat consumption, exercising, trying to be a bit more active, plays a part in maintaining and having a good health and a good well-being. So for God forbid, should we go on to then acquiring an illness, our body is in the best prime condition to be able to deal with that and not having to deal with additional morbidities of health in relation to that.
Thank you, Ali. That's been great. And we said you will get Ali again because of the South Asian Health program he did with when he was a British Health Foundation was amazing. So thank you, Ali. Look forward to seeing you. Stick around. Look forward to seeing you next week at the Gurdwara in Leicester. So thank you.
Take care. See you. Bye.
And without further ado, I forgot to mention at the start, this program is in aid for World Cancer Day, which is on 4th of February, so next week. But the key message for World Cancer Day is around looking at, most importantly, raising awareness, which is what we're doing, and improving education, which is where a lot of our speakers come. Now, I'm really privileged to, have Keval here with me. Keval is, a wonderful person who I've, known for quite a few years now, but he works with us at SAHA. He's our lead for Cancer Connectors, and he's had his own personal journey. So really great to have you, Keval, and share what you've been doing, and also a bit about your journey as well.
Thank you, Kiri. So namaste to everyone. Thank you for having me on the platform. Again, some amazing information from some of the previous speakers, and I will bring some of that up as we go into this chat. But as you mentioned there, my personal journey started quite a few years ago now. I had a lump in my pelvic area through various circumstances from a previous relationship. It was quite a strange situation to be in that position, to be honest, because when I found this lump, I wasn't sure exactly what it was. There was no pain. It was probably about half the size of a golf ball, right in my pelvic area on the right side. Before I could actually deal with that, I started receiving, I was getting chest pains at the time, and I went to the hospital. In fact, funnily enough, and ironically, I guess it was on 1st of February 2022, so exactly 4 years ago at this time, 4 years ago, started getting very bad chest pains, went to the hospital, and I was told I've got a tear in my LCV. A blood clot has lodged inside the LCV where the tear is, and it's moving closer to my heart, which could potentially lead to my death. So I was told there's an 80% chance I won't be leaving the hospital. I was then told my troponin levels, which is an element inside your blood, was released, and where a normal person's is 100, mine had already gone to 4,700, and it was rising. Over the next 2 days, it went up to 5,200 and then 6,000. So while they were dealing with that, they did ask me, is there anything else we should be aware of? At this opportunity, I told them about the lump. The reason I hadn't spoken to anyone about the lump before was, first, I wasn't sure what it was. Having done a bit of research, I was, looking online, I was told that not all lumps are cancer, etc. And I think I took that on. And I think what Ali was saying just before as well is that sometimes, even though we know there could be something potentially wrong, maybe we look at different ways or, make excuse in our head, like, he'll be fine, this will go away, etc., etc. But by this point, it had started to get me a bit worried. And I told the hospital. They dealt with the blood clot and the heart attack side of it first as a priority, obviously, because that's what I was in the hospital for at the time, and that was what they classed as a priority. They told me they would get the lump checked out. I was discharged from hospital. This was around mid-February, but my biopsy wasn't done until the end of August. Now, I wasn't aware of the 2-week cancer pathway. It wasn't until I spoke to Kirit and told him about what was going on that he's the one that said, look, this isn't correct. And as Ali said there, we've got an amazing NHS here. We've got a service that, we can really rely on. It's absolutely free, and the work they do is absolutely fantastic. But unfortunately, there are little things that do slip down cracks every now and then. And it is important for people in the community and ourselves to be aware that we do need to follow some things up. We can't just tell them about something and then expect it's out of our hands, which is kind of what I did at the time. I thought, I've told them now, so I don't need to worry. If there's anything to worry about, they'll come back to me and let me know. But this wasn't the right way of going about things, to be honest. By the time the biopsy got done in late August, I was called back as an emergency straight away as soon as they got the results from it. And they said, we need to start you off. You've been diagnosed with a stage 4 aggressive T-cell lymphoma, which is blood cancer. With what had happened prior to that, obviously the blood clot, and that was related to my blood. And this being a T-cell lymphoma, it was quite a cause for worry at the time. The chemotherapy was started within 2 days of my diagnosis, and that lasted about 6 months. It was 3 weeks on and off, every 3 weeks. And I was also part of there was a new steroid that had come out, GCF steroids. So nurses used to come to my house. I was isolated for 6 months, and they used to give me the treatment at home as well. Luckily enough, and thanks to, well, I do have faith, so thanks to God, and whatever the reasons are, everything was cleared within the space of I'd say about 18 months of solid treatment. But after that, things have gone well. My treatment's gone well, and I've got stronger and stronger. And one of the things I've managed to do is, through connecting with Kiri and launching some of these projects, is we've started some amazing work within our community. And a few of the things that have been brought up today, I think Ali mentioned it. The lady before, talking about the nutrition and the diet. There's some things that we can't change, things like our genetics, hereditary disposition, lifestyle choices that we might make. We can, obviously, with lifestyle choices, there is decisions we make, but we don't often know until sometimes after it's too late. It's the choices we make after that. Sometimes when we have been diagnosed, or sometimes when we have got a symptom, it's very, very important the choices we make at that point and how fast we react to them. The reason I put a large part of my story on the late diagnosis is that, had the biopsy have been done in the February, there's a good chance that I may not have got to the aggressive stage, and my treatment may not have been as aggressive. But because it was 7 months before my biopsy was done, and there's no fault with the NHS there. They were aware, but part of it is me not chasing it up and not being aware of the 2-week cancer pathway. So some of these projects we launched under SAHA, South Asian Health Action, and some of the fantastic work that Kiri brings on for us to create as projects, is that we've let the community know about all the different stages of the cancer, not only from the prevention side and the things that we spoke about in terms of nutrition, lifestyle choices. And one of the great things that Ali said there was, the study into the Japanese who've migrated to a Western side, and how those differences, the changes in maybe food, portion sizes, the lifestyle, the way we go about things, how that affects us and affects our body, and how quickly it may speed up something that could be dormant. There's a lot of different things involved. So obviously we haven't got time to go through everything, but a few of the things we do through SAHA is we bring this information to the community, to people who are, and as we know nowadays, with the way the economy is, people are taking on 2 jobs, sometimes even 3 jobs. It's become an even faster pace that we're working at. So, and the responsibility, the reason we're taking on these 2-3 jobs is sometimes we've got dependents, we've got families we need to look after, the bills are increasing, there's certain lifestyle, the way we want to live. So we want that money, we want to work hard. And there's nothing wrong with working hard, but there's a huge part of self-care that sometimes takes that sacrifice, where we sacrifice on self-care. And I think one of my really good friends, Hasina, she's going to be going on to things about self-care as well. So I'll leave that part to her. But for me, the important part is getting that information out into the community. And what we've done is we've created a project. The current one is with East Midlands Cancer Alliance. You can contact myself or Kirit, and we can give you more details about the project. And we would encourage you or anyone to help recruit connectors, because what these connectors do and what we've created is a toolkit that hopefully we're getting approved by the NHS and will be shared by them as well. We hope for it to go national throughout all UK hospitals, so that people have connectors in their own area. And the role of the connectors is to take all of this information and let their specific community knows, whether it's by demographic, whether it's by ethnicity, or whether it's by faith, because there's a lot of different type of community groups, religious groups, etc. out there, and health groups. So what we do want to do is encourage people to come forward and train as connectors, so that we can get that information out into all the communities and to those people who need it most.
Brilliant. Thank you. I know I've cut you short, but you're great in terms of the work you're doing. And obviously there's a lot of connectivity. So we're going to connect with Ali as well through to the work they're doing with their champions. So without further ado, I'm going to bring another person, thanks to Keval, who was introduced Hasina to us. And obviously we had her for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. She blew the room, and she kind of, since then, I've just been harassing her to say, we've got you on Healing Our Earth, but really the work you do, we need to share it with others, and you're empowering a lot of women. So, Hasina, tell us your journey, and obviously you'll see from the accent, she's not from the UK.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Global namaste to everyone. Thank you, Kirit. Thank you, Kaval. So nice to see you all again. My name is Hasina Rashamwala, and I am Canadian, as you can probably tell by my accent. And I'm the CEO and co-founder of a women's empowerment club. But today I'm actually going to talk to you about lived experience and why it is so important to focus on self-care through your journey with cancer and even beyond. And my great friend Kaval, Daksha, Ali, it seems to be this theme that has come across today, and Kirit, I think you've really emphasized that as well, is the lifestyle changes, right? And we often sacrifice self-care in our lives, no matter what we're doing, even if we don't have cancer. But it is so crucial to have self-care and to focus on self-care, especially when we're going through our journey with cancer. And so I'm a 9-year breast cancer survivor. A little bit about me: I actually found my cancer through meditation. I had no lump. At the time, it was ductal carcinoma in situ, which means that it was still contained, but it was microinvasive, so it was starting to spread. But I had found it through a meditation, and when Ali and Kaval and a few others have spoken about cancer, it's, you know your body better than anyone else. You've got to trust your intuition, trust that gut. And in the UK, we're very fortunate to have this fast track. But why is self-care so important? It preserves your energy. And you need to protect your well-being, especially when you're going through a journey as deeply human as cancer. And I'm going to teach you a few things, or speak about a few self-care opportunities that you can take, that even small acts can make monumental differences in your well-being. So one of the first things that I want to really emphasize is your body is doing its very best. Be kind to it. And what does that mean? What does it mean to be kind to your body? It means rest without guilt. Preserve your energy with things like setting boundaries. Daksha had spoken about, putting toxins and in your body with foods. We like, or how we eat foods that have toxins. We also what we listen to are toxins. What we surround ourselves with is toxins. So I'm going to talk a bit about how our thoughts focus on our emotions, which then manifest into our physical, and how we can help with regulating a lot of that. So one thing that I want to emphasize is boundary setting is probably one of the most key components of listening to your body. I know often we think, oh, well, I'm going to disappoint someone if I say no, or if I set a boundary. But when we don't set boundaries, we're actually sacrificing our own health, and that is quite inhumane to ourselves. So we need to think about it from that perspective, and that those who are genuinely on our journey with us will understand and respect our boundary setting. So that's one of the key components for boundary setting. When we look at caring for the mind, I'm going to talk about the mind, the emotions, and the physical, because I think it's really important to understand and break down each component. So when we're thinking about the mind, it's really important to understand your mindset. Yes, we have a journey, and it is important to acknowledge what we are feeling, but what we focus our mind on will manifest. So the words we use are very important, but also noise from information. We're bombarded with information from people. I know when I was going through my journey, people would say, "Oh, so are you dying?" And "Oh, you've been cursed. You have cancer. It's a curse. It's if you do this ritual, it'll help you." It is not a curse. It is not, you didn't do anything wrong. And I think it's really important for us to remember that. So speak to yourself with kindness. One thing with me was when I was going through my cancer journey, I was botched. I used to be a model, and when my breasts were removed through a bilateral mastectomy, I was severely botched. It took 5 surgeries to even look at my body. And I was very mean to myself. And it was only when I learned to be kinder to myself that I actually felt my physical body heal, my emotions heal, and that I was on a path to healing. So really, truly be kind to yourself. Also, something that's really important is when we're going through our diagnosis, we're going through our scans, we're going through, waiting for test results, that it can build a lot of emotions and we can get very ahead of ourselves. So something like box breathing, and for those of you who don't know what box breathing is, it's breathing in for a count of 4, holding your breath for a count of 4, releasing for a count of 4, holding your breath for a count of 4, and repeating that. And when you do that, what you're doing is regulating your body. Now, sometimes if we're really into it, or we're really anxious, it may be hard to do some box breathing. In that sense, you engaging your 5 senses is another great way to calm the mind. So identify something you see, something you smell, something you hear, something you taste, and something you feel. Those are great grounding techniques to help you with caring for your mind and allowing it to come back to the present and not running into future uncertainties. Now, with the emotional, I know for me it was quite a bit of a challenge, but it was also a bit of a challenge for my daughter. She was only 11 years old when I got diagnosed with cancer. And so one thing that we worked on was you can have your 5-minute pity party. Let all the emotions out because it's so important to release those, but then start a gratitude journal. And for anyone going through any kind of trauma in life, but especially those going through cancer, gratitude journals are so important because they release dopamine and serotonin, which are the happy chemicals, but they also reduce your cortisol levels, which is your flight and fight response, your flight, fight, and freeze response. But it can also increase oxytocin. Now, oxytocin is a drug that is known as a painkiller. Our body actually can produce that naturally. So something to think about is, even if you can't do gratitude journals or you're not into gratitude journals, watch comedy. I loved comedy when I was going through cancer. I still watch comedy. It's 9 years later and I still do it because it gives me my dopamine fix every day. And the other important part about emotional well-being is lean on people. You don't have to go through your journey alone. It is so important to understand this. I was fortunate to have friends and family around, but if you don't have that, there are great supports, being connected with one of the cancer connectors, as Kevil and Kirit spoke about. But there's programs in the NHS. If you speak to your communities, your hospitals, cancer centers, there are support groups out there. So utilize those resources. So I will get into that a little bit more, but I'm trying to be mindful of time. So I do want to speak of the physical self-care. Number one, absolutely rest. Be kind to yourself. If you feel you need a 12-hour nap, take that 12-hour rest. Listen to your body. It is telling you what you need. Another great thing to do for physical self-care, and I still do it. I don't know if you've probably seen me just now online. I do hand massages. There's great foot massages as well, helping with circulation. You can get tennis balls to, ease out tension in your shoulders and your back, and YouTube has some great videos. Um, Great ways to just release some of that tension that's sitting within. But exercising, a lot of people have spoken about the health benefits of exercising. And if you can't do, going to a gym, there are great restorative yoga videos. They focus more on stretching and a very natural, non-invasive way of getting your flexibility and mobility. Walking, stretching, those are great ways to focus on your physical health. And the one thing I will say is use your supports. One major support for me was I had friends who, instead of giving gifts, created a schedule of who would cook and who would come clean. And rely on your resources. Use your friends and your family as your support networks to make those healthy foods. As Daksha said, her sister did this. And I love that, we have these people out there who want to help us, who want to show their support, and they may not know how to do that, right? So speak to them, articulate what it is that you want. I need this food cooked because I'm going to have a really long day at the hospital. I'm going to, be out of energy, or cleaning. So those are things that you can do to support yourself in your journey and to get those around you to be involved. So just really want to reiterate, use your supports. If you don't have that in your family, in your friends, go to the communities that you live in, connect with the communities, connect with the hospitals, the cancer centers, and then remember to also set your boundaries. That is key. It's okay to say no to others, because then you're saying yes to yourself. And that is the ultimate act of self-love and self-healing. And lastly, I would say truly find joy. In times when you're going through cancer, it can be very disheartening. I know it from myself. I lost a partner 2 years ago through thyroid cancer, and it is sometimes hard to find joy in those moments. But even a simple thing of, I got to my appointment safely, I got to come home safely. We take for granted the little things that we do have around us that we can be grateful for. So do look at even gratitude for the weather, right? Whatever it is, but also focus on being kind to yourself and reminding yourself that your healing journey is different from everyone else's. It's personal, it's not linear, and be kind and gentle to yourself. And that is my hopeful tips to each and every one of you for self-care.
Thank you, Hasina. Every time I hear you, you bring new nuggets, and it's amazing and very inspiring. So thank you again. And it's your journey. Telling people, seeing this will resonate, and obviously you're the empowerment for others to kind of continue and bring that hope to people. So again, thank you. I'm going to I know you've got a busy schedule today, so I'm going to bring our next speaker. I've tried cram so many good speakers in today just because of World Cancer Day. So, and we're going to have you on another program also. Hasina, thank you again. Thank you. Okay, so without further ado, our next wonderful speaker is Dr. Obukola. We're privileged to have her here in Leicester, University Hospital Leicester. She's also a breast cancer consultant, medical oncologist, but she's very empowering because she comes out to the community. So without further ado, thank you, Global Namaste, and thank you for joining us on World Cancer Day. Well, World Cancer Awareness for Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much, Kirith. Good afternoon, everyone. It's afternoon here in Leicester. So it's been great. As Kirith said, I do a lot of work in the community. My name is Dr. Olubukola Ayodele. I'm a consultant medical oncologist, but also a fierce advocate for equity in cancer care. So I've been tasked today to talk about my work in the Afro-Caribbean community, but because I just don't work in the Afro-Caribbean community, I do a lot of work in the ethnic minorities. So I've kind of changed the topic a bit to talk about cancer conversation in ethnic minorities, and I've kind of spotlighted breast cancer because that's what I do majorly. But just to kind of get started, why is breast cancer or why is cancer a big deal in the ethnic minorities? Because I think that's one of the things we should be thinking about. And one of the things I've found out, which is like a common theme today, is that we avoid cancer conversations in our community. It's just the hush word. Nobody wants to talk about it. And unfortunately, this silence is leading to late diagnosis and poorer outcomes that we see. And one of the things that I'm hoping to do today is to teach us to learn how to break that silence, because it's really important, because early knowledge saves life, but not just early diagnosis saving life, as I've learned recently, but early treatment. So it's one thing to be aware and be diagnosed early, but it's also one thing to take up the treatment. So it's important to talk about this. So I'm going to talk quickly about breast cancer because it's World Cancer Day. Breast cancer is the second most commonly diagnosed cancer, making up 12% of all the cancers. So putting that in context, it means that 4 women are diagnosed every minute. Let that sink in around the world. It's also the leading cause of cancer-related deaths in women, meaning that 1 woman dies every minute. And I think it's important for us to put that into context, for us to understand the burden of breast cancer. When we come to the UK, because we're in the UK, the 2025 breast cancer compendium released by Breast Cancer Now last year, 1 in 3 is the most common cancer in the women currently, meaning that in a woman's lifetime, 1 in 7 women will get a diagnosis of breast cancer at some point, meaning that every 9 minutes, a woman is being diagnosed. But more importantly, a man is being diagnosed every day. Because I think when we talk about breast cancer, a lot of people just focus on women, but actually in the UK, 400 breast cancer diagnoses every year. So, and that's it. So 55,000 women a year and 400 men every year. But what's the reality in terms of the outcome of the gaps in the UK? When we look at data, we can see that it's not equal. So there's a lower breast cancer incidence in South Asians, Black, Chinese compared to our women. We're talking about 80% of the breast cancer that we see in England and Wales are in white women. Yet, when we look at survival statistics, we see a big difference in 3-year survival for Black women or ethnic minorities compared to white women. And when we look at Black women in particular, we see that they're more likely to be diagnosed at a later stage of stage 3 or stage 4 compared to white women. And when we're talking about the NHS, that it's supposed to be founded on equity, why are we still seeing such unequal results? And the reason we see that is because we have this unique barrier. So the theme for World Cancer Day is united by unique. And one of the things we found is that we have unique barriers in ethnic minority groups. One is that many of those women, they lack the knowledge about symptoms and risk factors associated with breast cancer or cancers generally, because we don't talk about it often because of the stigma, the myths, the culture, the religion. Often cancer is seen as a death sentence or seen as some association with spirituality or causes, or there's always a traditional belief of faith healers over medical care. But also there's the gender dynamics. Women in these ethnic minority groups tend to prioritize their family needs over their health. And I'm really happy to have heard Asini talk about self-care earlier on. This is really, really important. The other things that we've seen is the underrepresentation in research, so we don't know much, or we don't know as much as we should about the type of breast cancer that we see in these groups. And this is what has now made me go into the community, because I'm sure when I started going to the community, people couldn't understand, and they were like, why are you here? We don't see doctors in the community. But it was because I knew that I had to do something to change that, improve awareness, improve teaching people how to examine their breast. And these are some of the things that I've done. Podcasts, going into the community, radio, speaking. And I think that was last year in the corner there, where it was Breast Cancer Awareness Month, that the Sahad group had come and invited me, and I've spoken about breast cancer. But I've done a lot of work as well, which also has to do with plays and engaging through storytelling. And that was the bottom picture there was the barbershop Uncut Stories that has been shown in several places in London that I've been involved with. And there is some of the work that I've done, and thanks to Kirit, who has featured me as well on the Ever FM studios station. But also one of the things that I tend to do is focus groups. So using people's voices, explaining, letting them know that their voice is powerful, silence is not golden in this type of situation. And it just allows people to say what's in their minds in these focus groups. So beyond that, I know that we need to do a lot of change. And one of the change actually is policy change. And I've been privileged to be able to go into parliament to speak about these things multiple times. And based on that, I've been involved in the National Cancer Plan that's coming up this week or next week, where we talked about inequalities quite a bit in terms of the outcomes that we're seeing. Leading to that, we've also been able to film a CIC called Cancer Conversations with a great friend of mine, Dr. Oladejo Olaleye, which some of you know. And this CIC was developed or was created to serve ethnic minority communities, basically, so African, Caribbean, South Asian, Eastern European groups. And what we plan to do, or what we aim to do, is educate communities about cancer symptoms, risk factors, prevention, treatment, but also create safe spaces to ask questions, to share lived experiences, to access support, and most importantly, build that trust between communities and health services so that we can co-design culturally appropriate interventions with communities that would eventually improve cancer outcomes. So I just want to leave you with this before I go, because it's important. when we talk about breast cancer, that the one way we can empower yourself is to check your breast every month, at least once a month, whether you're a woman, whether you're a man. Please check your breast every month. Report any changes to your GP as soon as you can. Encourage your friends and family to check themselves. Attend your screening appointment. Always make sure that when they talk about research, please be involved. It doesn't have to be drug research. It can be observational research as well. But it's very important to let go of any stressful situation. Chronic stress is a big deal in ethnic minority groups. It's a driver of aggressive disease. So whatever you are going through, despair, loss, sadness, whatever, please channel that to help keep the conversations going, help someone overcome that fear of our misinformation, but also advocate for better support services and be that change in your community. And that's what Saha is doing, very strong voice in the community. So this is my contact information and I will stop sharing. Thank you very much.
Amazing. All that information in literally 10 minutes. So, wow, amazing. So we've got some time. Mr. G, Neil G, any questions that have come up? But again, it's great to see consultants like you so empowered to come to the community, because we can do so much in terms of telling our communities, raising awareness, but they want to hear it from you because you're the expert, and they will want to speak to the expert. So that's been one of the great strengths of yourself, Dr. Deju, as well, because and now we're hoping that with University Hospital, the screening teams want to get them out as well in the community. Neilji?
So the people on the social media are asking that the breast cancer has advanced so much nowadays. There is lesser to fear. Is there a laser treatment going on?
Is there a what?
Laser.
Is there a treatment for laser? Is there a laser treatment that is available?
I'm not sure what they mean by laser, but if I know what laser means, there is no laser treatment for breast cancer. So, because this is not a breast cancer day, I didn't go into the stages and the treatment for breast cancer. But you're right, the treatment for breast cancer has evolved, and the outcomes are better. Women are living longer. If someone has been found to have breast cancer that's a stage 1, the outcome is as high as 99%, which is the reason why early diagnosis and early treatment is important. It allows you to have only things like surgery, if it was possible, without having to go into deeper things like chemotherapy, which we know is harder on the body. So this is why we always push for early diagnosis. Go for your screening, do your examinations, because the earlier you get it's caught, the easier the treatment.
And one of the questions that people are asking, how important is diet for breast cancer?
Super important. I think it's a recurring theme that we've been hearing today. Please, diet is so important. Making sure that we eat healthy, not just because of breast cancer, for any cancer, your immune system will thank you for it. Because when we eat a lot of junk food, it puts your body in a state of chronic inflammation, and the body naturally cannot defend itself. So a lot of times the immune system is based on the food, the movement. It's important to move. It's not, you don't have to go to the gym, but it's actually important that you're moving, taking walks, at least 30 to 60 minutes of walk every day is really important for your system, for your immune system to train itself and produce a lot of that cells that helps to fight against cancer.
So that's brilliant. Dr. Olubukola is saying that brisk walking helps. Change your diet. Don't be fearful. As soon as you feel that there is something, and it may be nothing at the end of the day, go and see your physician and get it sorted as early as possible. Dr. Amrita Sharma, any comments or any questions you would like to ask?
You need to unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself kindly.
Sorry. I think it was a good talk, and I would like to just know from you that what is the percentage of women or girls that may have a tendency of having breast cancer or ovarian cancer? And do you really think that um, the way our lifestyles and particularly the use of cosmetics as a mandatory thing in most of the professions and our personal life can have a big role in increasing these things apart from the diet and the junk foods and other kind of stuff? Or what's your take on that?
So I think in terms of, I'm going to look at your questions in two ways. So you've talked about breast and ovaries, but we know that there's a lot of genetic link with breast and ovarian cancer. So when we're talking about things like the BRCA mutation, BRCA1 and 2, we do know that it is higher in women of ethnic minorities. So in the general population, we would say that BRCA mutation or germline mutation is about 5%. However, we've seen in ethnic minorities that it's as high as 40%, and this is why we encourage women to make sure that they get genetic testing when they're diagnosed, because they tend to be diagnosed with a subtype of breast cancer called triple negative breast cancer, which is also associated with germline BRCA mutation and ovarian cancer and prostate cancer. So it's really important to speak to the GP to make sure that you're getting genetic testing if someone from your family has been diagnosed with any of those three cancers. Talking about cosmetics, it's not proven. So the reason why I've talked about diet, exercise, these have been proven, as associated risk. Things like cosmetics or things like household bleach and things, household cleaning items, is something that is being talked about, but unfortunately, we've not been able to get a solid association yet. However, I always say to people, be careful. If you don't need to put on makeup, if you don't need to use certain things, try and stay away from it, just good health. But at the moment, we don't have any real causality or correlation between the two.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bukola.
Over to you,
Very good.
Kiran bhai. Yes.
Thank you again for your wonderful presentation, and obviously to keep up the good work, and we'll stay connected, and obviously Healing Our Earth is for you as well, and for you to use at any time you want to. So again, on that note, I'm going to let you continue your Sunday afternoon, and we're going to go to India. So Amritaji, over to you.
Thank you, Kiran bhai. So from UK, as we move to India with Rotarian Lal Goelji, Global Namaste and a very warm welcome to you.
Global Namaste to you, Amrita ji, as well as to Kirat Mistry ji, as well as Mr. Neil Kumar. As usual, I can see the smile on the face of Rotarian Kirat Mistry. After a long time, we missed you on the several earlier episodes.
Yeah, but it's good. I'm back again.
Yeah, Rotarian Lal Goelji is the founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN. And I'd like to congratulate him for being so consistent with us and bringing for us every time as a producer with new topics as we broadcast for you different episodes. So over to you, Rotarian Lal Goelji. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amrita ji, and thank you very much, all of you, the entire team of Healing Our Earth. And really, it is great to be associated with Healing Our Earth, because they come out with very interesting and very much required topic of the day. And today, when we are talking about the World Cancer Day, that is also a very, very important topic. Today, on World Cancer Day, we speak not only with words, but with memory, with loss, and with hope. Cancer does not merely attack the body, it tests faith, it shatters routines, it transforms ordinary homes into hospital wards and ordinary families into silent warriors. Behind every cancer patient stands a mother who prays through sleepless nights, a father who waits in sterile corridors, a child who still believes in miracles, and a family that carries love heavier than grief. Yet, even in cancer's shadow, something extraordinary happens. Life persists. Many cancer survivors live on, but their organs do not. Chemotherapy, radiation, and prolonged illness often ravage kidneys, liver, hearts. For them, an organ transplant is not simply treatment, it is the final threshold between death and tomorrow. And here lies the most powerful truth of all. Even those who lose their battle with cancer can still win the war for life. Many patients who lose their lives to cancer, especially when cancer do not affect vital organs, can still become organ donors and save multiple lives. One decision, one yes, whispered through tears, one act of extraordinary courage. That single choice can restore a heartbeat to a stranger, return breath to lungs that were failing, bring light to eyes that have known only darkness. This is organ donation, not charity, not pity, but legacy written in living flesh. In a world where thousands die waiting, awareness alone will never be enough. We need conversations at kitchen tables. We need courage in hospital rooms. We need compassion precisely when it costs us everything. On this World Cancer Day, let us promise something beyond remembrance. Let us promise action. Let us ensure that no cancer death passes in vain, that no suffering remains without meaning, and that no life ends without offering the gift of another beginning. Because while cancer may end a life, through organ donation, it can never extinguish hope. Thank you. So, as you have seen that a cancer is such a disease which has taken lots of lives, not only in India, all over the world, but that can also save the lives through organ donation, and as well as they can live long after that fully cured treatment for the cancer by receiving the organs which has been damaged. And to discuss this very, very important topic, I have the panelist with me. I would like to introduce my first panelist guest, Dr. Shine. Can you just put your camera on a proper way, the landscape way? Turn your mobile like this. You turn your mobile. Is it logged from the top? Your screen is logged, Dr. Shine? Please unlock the screen.
Is it
Unlock.
me? You're talking.
Yeah, I am talking to you, Dr. Brinda.
Oh, okay. No, I've kept it in the landscape, sir.
No. So you do one thing. You unlock. You just put it in the normal way. Unlock the screen lock. There's a screen lock on the top. Just unlock it. Do you know how to unlock the screen lock?
Yes, I did. But now, is it okay now?
Yes, now it is okay.
Oh,
Now it
sorry,
is
sir.
okay.
I'm
Perfect.
very sorry.
No, it's okay. Okay, so Rotarian Dr. Binda Shine, she is a cancer survivor. She is the academic dean of Skillversity Cochin. She is a member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. Welcome, Rotarian Dr. Binda Shine, on our this very, very special episode on Cancer World Cancer Day. Dr. Binda Shine, we would like to hear from you because you have suffered, you survived, and this is something because when you will be speaking, definitely the message will go how it happened and how you survived and what is the challenges you faced financially, mentally, physically, and now what is your situation. So for that all, I would like to invite Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful words. So while you were saying, yes, cancer is there, but then it's the time for action. So the time for action is what most of the case the cancer increases or cancer brings. For me, I was first diagnosed in 2013. Generally, I had lots of health issues since childhood. I had multiple health issues like hormone imbalances and all that. And while in China, it was 2013 that I started having some changes in my body. Unfortunately, the medical system in China is very different the way they treat. So we went into the Chinese traditional medicine where I was giving around 78 tablets and all a day. And then my health was completely deteriorating. That's why when I traveled to India, in fact, I should say, in terms of treatment, I felt India was much better at that point. I came, I flew to Chennai, and that's when thankfully it was diagnosed at the initial stage. I had at the cervical, I mean, I had cervical cancer. But then, so my uterus and everything was removed. And since I was only 35 at that time, the doctor thought to retain other, like ovaries and all that. But then again, I had a second time, which was definitely, I would say, because of stress. Because from after the surgery, I could not take, due to personal reason, I couldn't take proper rest. Maximum 6 months, I had a better lifestyle. And after that, I went through an immense stress in life, physically and mentally, that I ended up again in 2016. Then again, I went through multiple surgeries and lots of things. But each time, I would say that I can proudly say that I fought it alone. I fought it all by myself, because when I was diagnosed for the first time, my son was only 9 years old. And my husband is someone who doesn't like to visit hospitals, or some people are, they chose not to, they feel it's something bad going to hospital or getting checked, and so they stay away. So each person is different. So I fought it alone. I can bravely say my doctors still believe that I went with a trolley. I went with that suitcase. I rolled it into the hospital. I got admitted. I got the treatment, and I went back alone. I stayed in a hotel for 40 days all by myself, and I came back. So I fought it very confidently. And one thing was, I would say that when I was diagnosed. So until then, I have done many things, I mean, be it in academics or in life. But at that point, I felt that I have not achieved anything. I have not done anything for myself. So at that point, I thought that I should, if actually during the PET scan, I thought that once given a second life, I should live it as meaningful as possible. And I'm trying to do justice for it as far as I can, be it, contributing in whatever way I could, even enrolling in PhD and completing my PhD. So there is still more things to do. So having said that, again, the inflammation in my body is high. So starting yesterday, I started my precautionary treatment again. I'm on the danger zone. So, but then I'm sure I'm going to come back of it. I'm going to go through a multiple, a few months of treatments I have. It is just for the precautionary. Having said that, I'm very careful. Even I've been mocked by people that I go to hospital, why I keep checking all the time. But that's the one thing which had helped me to diagnose at every point at the preliminary stage, where I have seen people, they, even at my workplace or even at the relative side, this so-called, my husband's mother passed away just because of, she was only 47, and it was diagnosed, uterus cancer was diagnosed only at the fourth stage. The only thing that made so severe was she was reluctant. Whenever she had a stomach pain, she used to take, there's a tablet called Baralgan. She used to take that, and that delayed, it got spread like completely inside the stomach. Even after that, even when she was diagnosed, in the same family, her own sisters or her own kids, they are still, when there is something that the self medication is something that I always see, where people, there's nothing harm in going and checking. When doctor is going to say there's nothing to worry, it only gives an assurance, and that's why the doctors are for. So many of the times when I had gone for a checkup, I was mocked too. She simply goes, and they were thinking that I want to hear that news again and again, but it was never that, because rather than fighting the whole battle, it is always better to be, take the precaution and stay safe than going through all the turmoils. Then there is another category of people. When diagnosed, they say that they have done some sin in their past life, or they have done something bad, so they want to keep it as secret. There are people like that also. But I would say there's awareness, rather than people who have not endured saying it. Someone who has gone through it should come out and say, should create the awareness, because they are more responsible when they are given a second life. So I am more responsible. I've been given a second life, so that I come out and say, yes, you go and do all the tests. Because you're I think in India, on an average in a year, 15 lakhs people, they get diagnosed every year, where that we do not have a compulsory checking system. There are lots of free checkups available, which is not really aware. I had my delivery in UAE, where in UAE, after 1.5 years of your delivery, there is a mandatory, your hospital calls you and informs that you have to go for a pap smear. I had a mandatory pap smear, but such things, I don't think so it has been implemented here, because I've asked many whether they have done. Even in 40s, they have not done a pap smear yet. So such tests, such awareness should come, because just like the way we check BP or diabetes, the same way we should be doing, because we are living, the world has changed. There is global warming, there is everything, the world itself has changed, that we are prone to certain, because of our sedentary lifestyle or our food habits, our hormones, stress, everything has changed. We cannot compare ourselves to 2 decades or 3 decades ago, how people lived. That was very different. We have to go for a checkup, and it is our moral responsibility also, rather than being a patient. And it is something, it is not only that person. I've seen there are many people, the whole family endures it, be it, it is very expensive still. Cancer treatments, having said that, it is very expensive. It is not that easily affordable. Yes, there are lots of tests and all that, but for someone to go for the treatment, their job, their lifestyle, the expense, everything becomes, a big burden for them. So rather than taking a bigger, problem, it is always, I would say, it is better late than never. Everyone should go at least one, not if not in a year, once in 2 years, we should be going. We should trust the, the medical support that is available and go for tests. That is one thing. And second, I would say this awareness, it should not be that it is spoken only during the awareness thing. There should be something, some forum where all people who have gone through it should come forward and create the awareness. Only when, the survivors who have gone through it, or I would say the warriors, we are definitely warriors, because going through the treatment is never easy. The mental traumas, and it's never even when I started the precautionary medicine, I could see the sleep pattern changes in a day, the lifestyle, it's like in a single, like a what to say, in a jiffy, life turns upside down. So there is something that we can, now again I'm saying, so I'm starting my treatment, my precautionary treatment. I started yesterday, so I'm very sure by the time of next cancer awareness day, I'm going to be a much healthier person. So I'm not just saying, I'm someone who is also meticulously checking every year. And I also keep saying, my colleagues or whoever I know, whenever you have something, some unusual thing, your body definitely speaks. So we, most of the times, we are very much, like bothered, or we concentrate on things which is not really very much required, which is going around. Start speaking yourself. So daily 1 hour spending for yourself is mandatory. Speak to yourself and your body. Your body gives you signals. We thinking that we are very busy, we forget to observe or listen to it. And once there is something which is not sinking, not normal, don't hesitate, don't feel shy, don't get bothered. Go, trust a doctor, do the test, and then your reports, data speaks. So we live in a data driven world. There's no stories. So your blood report or the test that you undergo tells you what is your status and work on it. So that's the only thing that I have to say as a survivor. And I'm really, hope I could do something. I want to do something, whichever way I can, to, even if one person could be benefited, I'll be very, very, very happy. That's when, my true meaning of life will also be fulfilled.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine, for giving your very, very personal experiences. And we are sure that you are going to overcome whatsoever problem you are facing. That will all go because you are a warrior, you are a survivor as well as you are a warrior. But as you mentioned about the awareness, don't you think being a academician yourself, educator yourself, that this is required in the we have to include this in the curriculum from a very early stage in the our education system? What you say about that, Dr. Brinda Shine?
Definitely, it has to come. It has to start from school. It has to start from teens. Now, I would say at least women are more, they come out. Men are more, they are very less going to hospitals. When we talk about women, we should think more than women. Men feel bad saying that they are, that's that macho feeling, that alpha male that is there, that they feel bad if to say that they are sick. So I would say lots of men also have this. So this should be irrespective of gender, should be inculcated in the curriculum. Not only about cancer, every health should be a subject in the curriculum, where we should be knowing, yeah, we are learning biology. More than that, we should have a subject, health, which should start right from LKG, from grade 1. We, at every level, we should be, that's end of the day, health matters. Health is wealth. Health is everything. How much ever rich one could be, if health goes, rest everything is gone for a toss. So it should definitely be right from the school days, where it is inculcated that health is very important. Exercise, fitness, diet, everything should become a part and parcel of life, starting from 3 years. So that's
Okay.
it's again, the change should come in the policy.
Yes, thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine. Please stay. We will come back to you again. Definitely. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite my next panelist guest, and she is Dr. Vishnu Deepti S. Yes, Dr. Vishnu Deepti S is MBBS, MS, MCH Oncosurgery. She is the consultant oncosurgeon at Bellary Medical College and Research Center, Bellary. Welcome, Dr. Vishnu Deepti S, on this very, very important topic today about on the World Cancer Day, and on this particular platform of Healing Our World, which has been telecast around the world through the different social media channels. And Dr. Vishnu Deepti, as you have just heard what the first panelist of our program, Dr. Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine, has mentioned about her own personal experiences. You being a onco-surgeon, we would like to hear from you. You would like to present the PPT presentation?
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me here. It's a great opportunity for me to talk to cancer survivors and give awareness regarding cancer. And me being a female oncosurgeon, I feel this is very important to educate other women regarding these cancers. And especially, there is a rising trend of breast and cervical cancers in India. They are almost they're more than 50% of the female cancers which female do suffer in our India. So thank you very much. Yes, can I share
Yes,
my
yes.
PPT, sir?
Yes, you can. You can share.
Yes, sir. Doing that. Can you see my screen, sir?
No, not yet.
Not
Earlier
yet.
we have seen, but not yet. Not now.
Okay. I'll do it again.
Yes, now it is there, but you.
Can you see now, sir?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah. Thank you for being me here. Good evening, everyone, and global namaste. I thank you. Today on World Cancer Day, we are not just observing a date, we are coming together to talk about awareness, education, and early action. Because cancer affects not just patients but families and communities. I am Dr. Vishnu Deepthi, consultant laparoscopic oncosurgeon from Ballari Medical College, southern part of India, and I'll be talking briefly regarding why cancer awareness truly matters, especially in the Indian context. World Cancer Day is observed every year on 4th February. The aim is very simple to increase awareness, promote prevention, and encourage early detection. Because many cancer deaths are not due to lack of treatment, but due to late diagnosis. And what is cancer? In simple terms, cancer can happen with normal cells when they lose control over growth. These abnormal cells keep multiplying and can spread to other parts of the body. Importantly, cancer can affect anyone at any age. It is not limited to elderly people. What are all the key facts regarding cancer in India? Almost 14 to 15 lakh new cases every year are being detected. 1 in 9 Indians may develop cancer. Unfortunately, many people still come to us at a late stage when treatment becomes difficult. And these statistics from ICMR show the real burden. One woman dies of cervical cancer every 8 minutes in India. Every for every 2 women diagnosed with breast cancer, 1 woman dies. Tobacco related diseases alone cause around 2,500 deaths every day. Estimated number of people living with the disease as of now it is around 2.5 million. Every year new cancer patients register are over 7 lakhs just in India, and the cancer related deaths are around 5 lakh 56,000. In India, 71% of the cancer deaths occur between 30 to 69 years of age, which means cancer affects people in their most productive years. And cancer of the oral cavity and lungs are more common in males, and cervix and breast they are more common in female, and they constitute around more than 50% of the cancers. And the top 5 cancers in men and women account for 47% of all cancers. These cancers can be prevented, screened, detected early, and treated at an early stage. This could significantly reduce the death rate from these cancers. I have already told you the most common cancers. So, why cancer awareness matters? Cancer awareness is just not about fear, it is about hope. Early detection saves lives, treatment becomes simpler, and survival is much better. Awareness also helps reduce stigma and encourages people to seek help early. The top 5 cancers in men and women account for 47%. As I said earlier, these cancers can be detected earlier by screening modalities, and these significantly reduce the death rates. What are all the major risk factors? Tobacco, it might be in any form like smoking, khaini, gutka chewing, betel nut chewing, and reproductive factors like in nulliparous women, these breast cancers are seen more commonly, and certain microbes in HPV related cancers, cervical cancers, and oral cancers, oropharyngeal cancers, and liver cancers are most commonly related to hepatitis B and C viruses, and Epstein-Barr viruses related to Burkitt's lymphoma. And alcohol is also one of the major causes for many types of cancers, and occupational exposure, especially lung cancers, and obesity is also one of the major causes and a risk factor for cancers, and radiation exposures and unhealthy diet, which actually leads to obesity, is also a major risk factors, and family history, which contributes to 5 to 10% of the cancers. What are all the warning signs we have to be aware of? And a change in bowel or bladder habits, as in the patient is having persistent change in bowel habits like constipation or diarrhea with blood in stools or blood in urine, and sore throat, and an ulcer which does not heal, and an unusual bleeding or discharge from any opening, as in while passing stools or while in the urine or from the mouth. These are all the warning signs. And unexplained weight loss and loss of appetite, difficulty in swallowing or chronic indigestion, and an obvious change in the water mole, as in change in the size or shape and the color, is very important to note it down. And a prolonged cough or a persistent hoarseness of voice, which can be a warning signs of cancers like lung cancers, mediastinal tumors, or any kind of head and neck cancers. Why early detection matters? Because gone are the days when people used to think cancer detection is a death. No, early cancer is often curable, and treatment is simpler and less costlier, which in turn will be less financial burden to the patient and the family members, and survival is much higher. What is cancer screening? Screening means testing healthy people to detect cancer before symptoms appear. This helps us to catch cancer at an early and treatable stage. What are all the common screening tools available? And these screening tools are simpler. For breast, we have mammography and breast self examination, which we actually teach when a female patient comes to our clinic. And these cervical cancers, we have pap smear, and for oral, a simple mouth examination, and for colon cancers we have fecal occult blood test and colonoscopy, and for lung we have low dose CT scans for lung. Despite availability of these screening tests, we have a screening gap in India. This is due to lack of awareness, fear and stigma around the cancer, and limited access in rural areas. And this gap is something we can help close. Cancer case follows a clear path from identifying risk factors, screening, early detection, treatment, and finally survival. Awareness fits at the very beginning of this chain. What are all the modalities of treatment option we have? Today it has significantly changed. Along with the surgery, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy, we have advanced treatment options like targeted therapies and immunotherapy, with which we can treat cancer patients with less side effects. And what else can we do? Is cancer preventable? Yes, definitely. Prevention is always better than cure. What can we do? Quit tobacco, limit alcohol ingestion, eat healthy and stay active, get vaccinated. We have HPV vaccination for cervical cancers against the HPV viruses. Go for screening. Any warning signs, please go to your healthcare providers as early as possible. Don't ignore. Spread awareness among your peers and relatives. Adopt healthy sexual practices. Avoid or limit exposure to known environmental carcinogens. And what we are not supposed to do not use tobacco in any form, limit alcohol consumption, avoid spicy, fried, preserved, and junk food, avoid sedentary lifestyle. What are all the myths? When a patient comes to us, we do encounter and get lots of questions which have been formed around the myths about these cancers. Is cancer contagious? Definitely not. It is not contagious. It is actually related to change or the mutations in your genes, which might have been a familial, which runs in 5 to 10% of the cancers can be familial. No family history, so will not get cancer. No, definitely not. Only 5 to 10% of the cancers are familial, rest all sporadic. As in, you can see in general population without any familial history. Family history present, so will surely get cancer. No, definitely not. those individuals will be considered as high risk individuals, but definitely it's not 100% sure that they will get cancer. So what we do in such kind of patients with a family history, we do some gene testings, and we find the gene related to the primary cancer, and we will test that gene in the rest of the family members who will be high risk. And positive thinking will cure cancer? Definitely not. Positive thinking will definitely improve the lifestyle of a patient while during the treatment or after treatment, the rest of his life. Diagnosis of cancer is a death sentence. Definitely not. With the advent of new cancer treatments, definitely not. Even we are seeing lung cancers of stage 4. 10 years back, stage 4 lung cancers, we used to tell patients hardly 6 months of survival. Now we have patients who actually come even after 5 years to us with stage 4 lung cancer surviving with that. Older people are not fit for cancer treatment, definitely not. With immunotherapy and targeted therapies, we are able to treat older people who are more than 70 years with very less side effects. People treated with cancer can't participate in usual activities. Definitely not. We actually encourage the patients who are getting treated from us to carry their daily life activities, go to offices, do their routine works, not to stop their works, which in actually helps for them to think positively and for the betterment of their lives. Use of cell phones and vicinity to phone tasks cause cancer? No, definitely not. This is not proven anywhere. This is, as in I just said, these are myths. Herbal products can cure cancer? No, we don't have any evidence for that. But yeah, there are some evidences telling that herbal products will help the cancer patients to deal with the side effects of chemotherapy or the toxicities of the chemotherapy. Hair dyes and antiperspirants can cause cancer? No, we don't have evidence for that. So today, this World Cancer Day, what message? Cancer is always not a death sentence. Awareness and education and early detection saves lives. Thank you for your time and attention. Together, we can close the care gap, get screened, spread awareness, and support those affected. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vishnu, for giving the details. Before I will ask a question, first I would like to know, because you said that you are a female oncologist surgeon.
Yes, sir.
Why you mentioned the word female? Is there
Sir,
anything specific in that?
it's nothing like that. Being a surgeon and being a female, always like 10 years back when I did my master's in surgery, we had very less number of females in surgical field. And today, me being an onco surgeon and me being a female, it actually helps me to help lots of females, and lots of women come to me seeking a female surgeon. They actually want a female surgeon because there are so many stigmas around this cancer. How can I say, this breast cancer? After the surgery, patients do come to me asking regarding their sexual life after this cancer treatments and all, and regarding the cervical cancers, and regarding, they have these stigmas, sir. Actually, they think that it might spread to their partners and all, so it's actually easier for me to explain to them. And yeah, that
Okay.
helps me.
What is the main cause why the cancer is happening? Like in tuberculosis, it is due to the bacteria. A healthy person can have a cancer at any age, or there is any limit, or what is the main reason apart from the 5 to 10% you have said? But if a person who is leading a healthy life, not drinking alcohol or not eating junk food, etc., but cancer happens to him or
Yes, yes, definitely. We some years back, can I say 5 years back, I have seen a 11-year-old boy who actually walked into our clinic with dysphagia, difficulty in swallowing. When we did endoscopy, we found a tumor in the middle one third of the esophagus. This is a 11-year-old boy. no habits, definitely no family history, nothing. These are due to mutations in their gene. Unfortunately, that boy harbored some gene mutation which resulted in his cancer. So, in spite of not getting exposed to any risk factors, people might do get cancer.
Okay, and
This
we
is
are now
very,
okay.
yes,
We
sir.
are now reading in the newspapers that the AI is playing a very very important role, and they are developing the with the help of AI and the advanced medical science. They are developing the medicines to cure the cancer. Is it correct, or is it just a again some thing which is not correct?
No, AI is definitely playing its role for treating cancer, sir. Actually, with the help of AI, we are developing lots of algorithms for these cancer survivors around the molecules. I mean, molecular subtypes of different cancers. Like in breast cancers, we have different molecular subtypes, and in endometrial or uterine cancers also we have different molecular subtypes. So we actually put these algorithms into AI, which actually helps us to subtype these individuals and treat accordingly. And this AI is also coming up in a big way for surgery, in surgeries also. I mean, it will integrate the live surgery along with the CT scans and helps the surgeon to do what exactly should be done. So
Okay.
this AI is one thing which will be coming in the future, sir. But right now, yes, we have to work in a team.
Okay. And one last question from my side. In India, like there is a report recently published that younger Singaporeans face rising cancer, and they have given the data. They says that that the from 2019 to 2023 cases in those under 40 jumped 34% compared to 2003 to 2007. Is it happening worldwide in India also, or it is only like in Singapore, the young generation is now more getting more cancer?
Yes, this trend is we are seeing not only in cancer risk, sir, also in the cardiovascular diseases also. We are seeing lots of people dying before 40 years with sudden myocardial infarction, sudden MI, sudden heart attacks and all. The same with cancers also. We are seeing lots of patients being diagnosed with cancers below 40 years. So we usually take 40 years as the cutoff for early age group, and after 40, it will be middle age and the rest of the population. So below 40 years, we are seeing lots of, especially there is lots of rise in the breast cancers and endometrial cancers. This is related to lifestyle, sir. Can I say diabetes, obesity, and the kind of food we eat, and
Stress
increase in the
also
pollution.
stress also plays a important role for this.
Yes, definitely. Stress actually increases the cortisol levels, which in turn increases the obesity risk and
Okay,
cardiovascular risks.
I see. Recently, there's the injection Monjaro is in the news, and it says that they are even reducing the risk of the cancer. What you say about that?
Um, so for reduction of cancer, we have vaccinations. This Monjaro is a newer thing. They have not tested in the population yet. We still don't know, sir, the exact results. But HPV vaccination, definitely yes.
Okay, because FDA has approved for the obesity, diabetes, even for liver and other things, and they are saying for cardiovascular as well as for cancer, the Monjaro is doing something because
This,
it.
yes. See, sir, what they are actually telling is by this Monjaro injection, they can actually reduce the risk of obesity. Obesity is a cause for lots of diseases, as you said, cardiovascular, diabetes, hypertension, even it is a risk factor for cancer too. In that way, yeah, it is helpful, but it is not directly doing it, like in HPV vaccination.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vishnu Deepthi, for giving your views and a very nice PPT presentation. I'm sure
Thank you,
our
sir.
viewers who are watching across the world are going to be benefited with this information from a female onco surgeon. Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to go
Thank you,
for
sir.
my last but not the least panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Miss Astha Saxena. Rotarian Miss Astha Saxena is MSc Clinical Psychology, PG DPO. She is the psycho-oncologist. She is the founder and director of Psycan Monovaha Private Limited from Mathura, and she is also a esteemed member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. Welcome, Rotarian Miss Astha Saxena. You have heard a cancer survivor, you have heard a surgeon, female surgeon, again I will say. What are your views? We would like to know from you.
Sure, sir. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome to everyone. Today on World Cancer Day, we are here just not to talk about a disease. We are here to talk about people behind the diagnosis. As psycho-oncologists, our mission is to ensure that while India's best medical minds find the cancer in the cells, we fight the battle in the mind. So in India, we are facing a crisis. By 2026, we are looking at over 1.57 million new cases annually. But here's the silent tragedy. While we have world-class hospitals for chemotherapy and surgery, less than 1% of our patients have access to professional psychological support. Psycho-oncology is a specialized field of cancer care that addresses psychological, social, and emotional impact of the disease on patients and their families. It focuses on improving quality of life by managing the mental health challenges and behavioral factors associated with cancer treatment and recovery. Psycho-oncology is the fourth pillar of cancer care. It is the bridge between clinical survival and a life actually worth living. In our society, there's a double stigma, the stigma of second diagnosis. First, the stigma of cancer, and the second of stigma of seeking mental health. So many patients feels that seeing a psycho-oncologist means they are weak or lose their mind. We must normalize that the idea of seeing a mental health expert is not being entitled as a weak or a losing mind person. It's a vital sign, like just like a blood pressure or a heart rate. The biopsychosocial model. We use the biopsychosocial model because cancer in India is never just a biological event. It is a social crisis for the family and a psychological trauma for the individual. When 79% of our patients report clinical anxiety, we cannot treat the body in isolation. We must treat the person within their culture and emotional context. The moment of diagnosis is a psychological shock. But in India, the shock is amplified by stigma. 85% of our patients feel a sense of bad karma or shame. Even worse in collusion, where families hide their diagnosis from the patient. This conspiracy of silence does not protect the patient. It increases their anxiety by 40% because they sense the truth but have no one to talk to. Education about myth and facts of staying positive. We all have heard it. सब बहुत लोग ऐसे बोलते हैं सब ठीक हो जाएगा, stay positive, बस खुश रहो. But as psycho-oncologists, we call this as toxic positivity. When we force a patient to be a warrior, we take away their right to be a human. This pressure leads to emotional suppression. If 68% of our patients are struggling with depression, telling them just to smile, it's not a strategy, it's a barrier to healing. Coping mechanism. So how do we cope? We use cognitive behavioral strategy to reframe fear. We also teach communication. In the Indian medical system, there's a massive power gap. 60% of our patients feel too intimidated to ask their doctors question. They feel shy. They don't feel the right to ask question. We empower them to use their voice, making them active participation in their own journey. Next, mental health is not soft science. It is a hard clinical data. A depressed patient is 3 times more likely to default on their treatment. In India, many patients stop coming for chemo because they lose hope and feel overwhelmed. By treating the mind, we increase the treatment adherence. We aren't just improving moods, we are improving survival rates. In India, the family is the backbone of care, but the backbone is breaking. 70% of India caregivers report significant clinical burden. They are the invisible patients. They neglect their own health, their job, their sleep. If the caregivers collapses, the patient support system vanishes. We believe the family needs support just as much the patient does. Otherwise, caregivers will face burnout. When a doctor says you are cancer free, the world expects a celebration. But for the vast majority of survivors, a new silent terror begins. We address two major psychological burdens here. First is fear of recurrence. It is the heavy shadow that follows every ache, every cough, and every pain, whispering that cancer has returned. It affects over 72%, yet is rarely discussed in clinical rounds. Second is anxiety, the paralyzing distress that grips a patient moment when they enter a hospital for a follow up. It is the racing heart in the waiting room and the sleepless nights spent waiting for a report. As psycho-oncologist, I see patients who are biological cured but emotionally shattered. Survivorship isn't just about being alive, it's about being free from the trauma of the past. Our work continues long after the scans come back clear, because a clear report does not automatically means a peaceful mind. So, we are here today to talk about awareness. If there's one thing that I hope you take away from this session, it is it. A patient's state of mind is not a side issue, it is the heart of their recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Saxena, for giving your views with the PPT presentation. And you mentioned that we should not term them as a warrior. Why you said? Because we always, at least I have used this word to our Rotarian doctor, Brinda Shine also. We should not say them the warrior or a survivor.
So we should use warrior as a word after they have completed their treatment and when they're remission, right? But when a patient is going through a treatment, okay, obviously we all trying to motivate them, right? But usually we use this term, okay, you have to motivate someone. Okay, even people come to me and they're like, ma'am, please go and talk to my patient. Now, please motivate him or her to take better treatment, to have better effects, right? But when we are pressuring them to be positive about it every time, to have positive mindset, to smile even when they don't feel like, psychology is all about expressing yourself, to feel your emotions, what you're going through, not just to suppress yourself, right? When we are forcing them to feel as a warrior, even when they are struggling inside, when they are not able to accept the fact that they have been diagnosed with cancer, it is difficult for them to understand and to accept it. Everyone needs time to have that kind of acceptance. It is not a normal thing, right? If I have fever, okay, it is acceptable, it is very normal to have fever. But if someone is getting diagnosed with cancer, it is not easy to accept it. So they need time, they need place, they need a space to accept it. So once they are in the treatment, once they are accepting it, once the treatment is also going fine, they are on remission period, the treatment is done, then we can call them a survivor. When they accept it, when they themselves are in a position when they're able to call themselves a survivor and a warrior, then it's a right term, I guess.
Okay, and you also mentioned that the family, like Dr. Brinda Shine mentioned about her husband, that he is not liking to go to an hospital. And we have seen practically, I have also seen the situation that the family leaves the patient midway. Don't you think the psychological or your role is also very important to give the mental treatment to the family also, apart from the patient? Is it
Yes, sir.
also required?
Yes, we treat both the parties at same time, like the patient and the caregivers. Caregivers are two, three type: primary, secondary, tertiary. Primary are the family members or the close family, or even a friend, a friend or a relative can be a primary caregiver as well. But the case that Brinda ma'am shared, there's one more thing that she mentioned. Her mother-in-law was also diagnosed with cancer and she died while she was 47 or 45 years old. So, what I can sense through the story, maybe her husband, he was there during that time. He might have seen certain things. Maybe it could be. I'm not sure about it. It could be. As a psychologist, I can just, I can tell things. But sometimes there could be PTSD also. Some people might have seen something during their childhood. Don't know. कुछ exposure हुआ होगा. It could be a accident, it could be blood also, suddenly a car accident or a fall from the roof, something could happen. and it might create anxiety. It might create them a sense of fear of hospitals also. So this is something different, but in her case maybe things could be very different. But when it comes to counseling, when I used to work, when I was working in Metro Cancer Institute, I used to counsel both the family and the patient. And it's our duty to express them and to let them know how you are important for the patient right now. They need emotional support. They need their family. They need to know that, okay, my family is there. Whatever the result could be, whether we might survive, whether we might not survive the disease, but at least I want my family, my dear ones to be by my side. Same thing goes for the family members also. As I said, when a person is diagnosed with cancer, it can impact the whole family, the kids, the parents, the siblings, the or all the relatives, I can say. So every individual go through a different issues during that period of time. So it's our duty to explain them and to understand and to talk to them. What are their major concerns? So let's say an example, if a parent is got diagnosed with a cancer, so what are the effects can be on the kids? They might miss their school. The parents, obviously, if they are in under treatment, both the parents will be missing, because the if father is being diagnosed with cancer, mother is there as a caregiver. So both the parents are missing during that period, right? And cancer as a treatment near which will be done within 1 week or 2 weeks. We need at least minimum of 6 months or 8 months or 10 months for them, right? So the absence of parents is the greatest, biggest absence for the kid in their school, in the events, and their education can get hampered. A lot of events can hamper during this period. So what a child is going through during that period, we are not able to, we can't even imagine what is going inside their head, because they're too small to understand. Same thing goes for a partner. So if let's say if a husband is admitted in a hospital, so the financial burden, managing all the aspects of billing, and going to hospital every second day for chemotherapy, going for surgeries. If the partner is admitted in hospital, then they have to stay there for a longer period of time. It can impact their daily and regular life. So a lot of can factors could be there. But yeah, again, as a psychologist, we have to work with the family and the patient.
Don't you think that like today we are concentrating on awareness? As I told Dr. Shine about the included this in the curriculum. Don't you think the awareness is required? And for that, because the doctors are busy, they have lots of patients to see. They don't have time to talk, give talks. But a survivor, or as well as like you, a counselor, can give the real thing to create the awareness in schools, colleges, corporates, so that the people can be aware, because the condition today is people are not aware and they don't want to listen, because if you talk they feel, no, no, I am perfectly all right, why should I listen about the cancer? Do you think that it is required, especially in India?
Yes, sir, definitely, sir. It is required. It is the basic requirement of our country right now. People don't talk about cancer because they still feel it is this is a stigma. As I said, double standard and double stigma that we are facing right now. One is mental health and second is cancer. People still think this is contagious, and it is not normal to talk about cancer. अरे इसके बारे में क्यों बात करना है? Just talk about something good. Why we are talking about cancer? तूने तो if I'm not sure whether I should be telling about this or not. I was having a conversation with a group of friends, and I met someone. He had a childhood cancer, and suddenly the conversation was at a very different level, since I am a psycho-oncologist and he's a cancer survivor. So our conversation was like he started telling me about his experiences, what he went through, and again the fear of recurrence and everything. The other person who was sitting right after us, he was all pale, and suddenly I was like, what kind of conversation you guys are doing? Mujhe to BT ho gayi. This is what he said. And after some time, he was not able to adjust and digest what we were talking about, because this is something new for him. And for like I think for past 5 6 years he was in denial ki okay hoga cancer ho gaya hoga. But the journey his friend had, he was not aware of it,
Okay,
because people
thank you
don't
very
talk
much.
about it.
Yes, Dr. Brindashan, you have any last word to say?
As said, we need a lot of support. Awareness is the key. It has to, it's not yet strong, it should be made much stronger. Having said that, I would say the awareness is has not reached even the bottom line, long way to go, long way to go. That people, let the number now it is 1 in 9. At least if we could bring it to half down, it would be great. And as far as I can be a part of it, I'll be very happy. And this is one thing, it needs a lot of support, as said, like Dr. Asta said. It needs lots of support mentally, especially if we are mentally strong. It helps us. When she was talking, I felt so, how every word that she uttered is so true, that I have felt. So mental support is very much required. At the same time, awareness is very much required, and the policy should come that it is included in the education, as doctors are seriously busy treating the patients, so it should be inculcated into our curriculum.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you
so
very
much,
much.
sir, for bringing this topic.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that thanks goes to Mr. Neil Kumar, Healing Our Earth, the Rotarian Kirat Mistry, as well as Ms. Amrita for bringing this topic. And every year we do. Yes, over to you from my side. Thank you very much, and global namaste. And we will meet soon again, hopefully on 15th of this month only, on the Valentine's special. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lalji.
Thank
That
you,
was,
Rotarian.
yeah. Thank you,
Yeah.
Rotarian Lalji, and amazing speakers. All of your speakers were brilliant, and it'd be great to keep this conversation going and learning more around HPV. We're having a challenge here in the UK around how do we get the awareness. So it'd be good to learn from yourselves on how you gain the awareness, and from the psychosocial of cancer and mental health. That's exactly what people get. They diagnosed. This is what they don't get the support in terms of their mental well-being. So a great presentation. We're going to keep the theme.
Kirit.
Sorry, go on.
As you said, excellent speakers, excellent tips. Rotary and Lal Goyal always brings various people from different states, which is beautiful. And as you said, that we're going to see back again in the Valentine episode. Amrita, let's quickly just remind people what episodes are coming. And then we go to Dr. Raghuram. Again, his very important subject that he's covering. So next week.
Yeah, so next week we are bringing for you something more musical before the Valentine's, a music fest. And so let's bless the globe with music. Research on music, talk about melodies from 8th of Feb 2026, followed by Valentine's special, and that is on 15th of February 2026. So spread love and harmony and unity through your songs, poetry, and messages to your loved ones. And then we have Tai Chi and Qigong special episode for you on 22nd of Harmony Ancient Health Cultures. And then Agnihotra special, Healing the Earth, the Body, Mind, and Spirit through Agnihotra, the homotherapy, which will be broadcasted to you on 1st of March 2026 from 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time onwards. And so we look forward to see you all in these upcoming episodes, starting from the melodies with some remedies and healing. Over to you, Kirit ji.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have Raghuram there. Obviously, we connected only a week or so ago, but really pleasure to have you on Healing Our Earth. Raghuram is actually the founder and chairman of Usha Lakshmi Breast Cancer Foundation in Hyderabad. But his accolade and his work he's been doing tirelessly. I was so impressed that obviously we had to bring him on Healing Our Earth, and we're going to continue the theme following the presentation we've had from India. We're going to continue that. And over to you, Raghuram. Thank you for coming. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste, very warm welcome. Thank you.
Namaskaram. Greetings from Bharat to those of you who are overseas. At the very outset, I always believe that gratitude is the best attitude to have. And thank you, Mr. Kirit Mistry, and to everyone at Healing Our Earth initiative to bring together so many amazing speakers in the run-up to World Cancer Day. As they say, everyone has a story, and my real story began when my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer when I was working at the Royal Marsden Hospital and almost ready to become a consultant breast surgeon. And that was in the year 2002. And that was well and truly the turning point in my life. When I was inquiring about the treatment opportunities for her in India, I realized that breast cancer is the commonest cancer affecting women in India. The vast majority of cancers, unlike the West, present between the ages of 40 and 50, and 100,000 deaths per annum. So every 8 minutes, someone succumbs to breast cancer. And for every 2 women who are diagnosed with breast cancer, one dies from it because of lack of awareness, the fact that it's a closet issue, and we don't have a robust population-based screening program. And that's the reason more than 60% present in the advanced stages. This is a patient of mine who presented fairly recently with a locally advanced breast cancer. She comes from an urban area, a very well-educated family, but because of the stigma associated with the disease, she has presented late. Breast surgery is not a distinct subspecialty in India. The concept of breast centers were virtually non-existent before I relocated to India in 2007. There's very little awareness about the importance of early detection, and you'd be surprised that counseling, which is such an important component of cancer care, was not even part of our medical curriculum until 2019. So my family and I took a decision to relocate to India to care for my mother, my father, and serve my motherland. And I relocated with essentially 4 aims. One is to introduce the breast center concept, to establish a foundation to create awareness, to implement a population-based screening program, and somewhere in my professional lifetime to see breast surgery evolving as a distinct subspecialty. And I'm very proud to say that over the past 19 years, I've served as a living bridge between Britain and Bharat, trying to replicate the best of British practices in an endeavor to improve breast cancer care in a country that I was born and raised. So for the purposes of this presentation, I will focus only on advocacy and screening. And as I have already highlighted, breast cancer is a taboo issue. And so the foundation that was established in my mother's name aimed to create awareness, to reach out to the community, and to support those who have been through breast cancer and their families. And as we are all aware, there are 4 steps to any advocacy. The first is to prime the community to initiate conversations. The second is to engage with the community to build trust. The third is to establish a political advocacy and influence policy makers. And finally, it's important to take advocacy mainstream, embedding it in public health discourse. So 19 years ago, we launched the Pink Ribbon campaign. Rather than just me giving a talk, we invited celebrity breast cancer conquerors, as I would call them. This is Marcia Barrett. Those of you who are in my era would recognize her instantaneously. She is the lead singer of Boney M. She's a breast cancer survivor, metastatic breast cancer survivor, and she came to Hyderabad and performed live for the first time in one of the state-of-the-art Hyderabad International Convention Center, where there were more than 10,000 people attending. That's when people started taking notice of what I meant by advocacy and breast cancer advocacy, to be specific. We had people from all walks of life who took interest and came to Hyderabad. This is the former United States Ambassador to India's wife, Jeannie Mulford, who came to know about the work we're doing, and she became a patron subsequently. We launched the Pink Ribbon Walk in the month of October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. This is a patient of mine, as you can see, after neoadjuvant chemotherapy. On day 1 after surgery, she comes to flag off the Pink Ribbon Walk, which aims to get together all the breast cancer conquerors, their families, and people from all walks of life to create that awareness and salute breast cancer conquerors. What started off with just 50 people in 2007 became a big movement with thousands upon thousands of people participating. from all walks of life, including from the old city of Hyderabad. This is a 23-year-old patient of mine. Again, on day one, she fought with her family to come and flag off the Pink Ribbon Walk. And this walk not only created waves in Hyderabad, but also in neighboring cities like Warangal, Vijayawada, and Vishakhapatnam, where more than 10,000 people have been participating. Initially, we would call celebrities to flag off the walk, but in recent years, we have had film stars, politicians, and several celebrities from all walks of life calling me a week before the launch of the walk to see if they can come and participate. Then we launched the Paint the City Pink campaign. As you're all aware, the Buckingham Palace, the White House turns pink in the month of October, and Hyderabad is the only city consistently which has been turning pink in the month of October, where several monuments, not just one or two, several monuments and buildings turn pink in the month of October. This is the Charminar, the Legislative Assembly, the Buddha statue, the United States Consulate, the newly constructed Secretariat building, the Durgam Cheruvu cable bridge, the Prasad's IMAX, the T Hub, which is in Cyberabad, and my own KIMS hospitals, and the Raj Bhavan, which where the head of the state resides. This is the only Raj Bhavan in the entire country that has been consistently turning pink in the month of October since COVID and throughout COVID and beyond. We launched the Pink Connection, which is a breast cancer magazine, which is brought out once in every quarter, which highlights the survivor stories and in addition to various other aspects of life. We partnered with the then Breast Cancer Care, which is now called Breast Cancer Now, where our foundation partnered with them to bring out information booklets about every aspect of breast health explained in simple, easy to understand language, so that we are able to counsel, guide, and educate women in simple, easy to understand language so that they are better informed, better prepared, and in control of every stage of their treatment. And in 2017, inspired by our Prime Minister's Digital India dream, we brought out the world's first mobile app on breast health, not just in English, but in 11 commonly spoken Indian languages. It's called ABCs of Breast Health. This has information about every aspect of breast disease, not just breast cancer, but also benign breast disease, which is freely downloadable both on App Store and Google Play Store. And this was launched by none other than one of India's icons, Sri Amitabh Bachchan, in 2017.
And Dr. Raghuram, may I just offer
He
my
tweeted
service,
about
my
this
voluntary service
subsequently
to this
and
wonderful
said that
campaign?
he
If in the
wishes to
future
be the
you would
face
require
of this
to
campaign as well. And subsequently, I was surprised later on, after a couple of years, this was in 2017 that he launched. Somewhere in 2019, a patient of mine asked me to switch on the TV because I don't watch the KBC show. And there he was posing a question to celebrity guests Kajol and to Revati as to which disease the awareness is created in terms of illuminating various buildings, and the answer given was the correct answer. My mother passed on almost a year and a half ago, and earlier last year, in memory of her, strong influence in establishing this foundation, we conducted the world's largest breast cancer awareness lesson, which also was relayed on YouTube, and we secured 2 Guinness records with the highest views of breast cancer awareness lesson in 24 hours as well. And this is at the Brahma Kumaris, where we created this awareness session. And so the Pink Ribbon campaign created a ripple effect with unprecedented awareness in the Telugu states and beyond, which also inspired several NGOs and hospitals nationwide to launch similar initiatives, extending this advocacy initiative to other health conditions that merit attention as well. And this ripple effect highlights its influence as a benchmark community driven healthcare advocacy initiative in India. And so, over a 19-year period, has breast cancer advocacy made an impact I can say with hand on my heart that certainly it has as far as urban India is concerned. Coming to the second part of my presentation, we are all aware that breast cancer screening by way of mammography helps to detect cancer very early in the impalpable stage with excellent long-term prognosis. However, in India, where 70% of our population live in rural areas, we don't have access to mammography, we don't have access to radiologists, breast radiologists, and so what applies in urban India cannot be transferred to rural India because huge costs in establishing mammography services, huge variation in mammography reporting because we don't have several breast radiologists like in the UK. And the important fact is the statistics 87% of our population are under the age of 50, where screening mammography is really beneficial. So, in an endeavor to find Indian solutions to an Indian problem, we are all aware that breast self-examination is not a useful screening tool, but there is adequate evidence that clinical breast examination performed by a trained healthcare worker helps to downstage the tumor, creates the awareness. It is simple, it is inexpensive, and it can easily be, taught to healthcare workers. So what we did in 2012 was to partner with the government of Telangana and government of Andhra Pradesh subsequently, where we partnered with them and involved them in because the healthcare workers work with the government. So we have the chief secretary here, the district collector, the health secretary, everyone were on board, and we were able to launch this program along with the National Health Mission in Telangana. There were audio-visual aids that were created by us and booklets, and healthcare workers were trained to create breast cancer awareness and to perform clinical breast examination. So women between 35 to 65 years were identified, and after the training program, these healthcare workers undertook the screening in the community, and if the result was normal, they would come back in 2 years and undertake the same screening. And if there was any abnormality, they were referred to the district health officials, and the treatment following which was done free of cost through the Rajiv Arogyasri scheme at that time. And this is the training session where you can see several healthcare workers being trained. This is a typical village center, community center, where the healthcare worker on your top right is sitting in the village center, surrounded by women. She's trying to take them into confidence, then shows the audio visual, about the breast cancer awareness, and then takes them into their home and examines them. So this initiative between 2012 and 2016, we screened over 200,000 women, underprivileged women, spread across 4,000 villages, where over 3,000 healthcare workers implemented this large-scale screening initiative. Those cancers that was found or abnormalities were referred to the district health officials, and they were treated. And so the traditional emphasis of population-based screening mammography had to be replaced with clinical breast examination. After this was implemented, I had written to the Honorable Prime Minister, who put me in touch with the Union Health Secretary at that time in 2016. And there was a high-powered technical advisory group that was formed. And I'm very pleased to say that clinical breast examination was made part of the screening initiative alongside oral cancer and cervical cancer by way of clinical breast examination, and it was rolled out nationwide since 2019 under the National Health Mission. So the screening program in the Telugu states made a national impact, and there were a lot of publications, and this is the landmark paper from the Tata Memorial Group, which showed that in a large number of people there was significant downstaging of breast cancers of all ages and groups, and 30% reduction in mortality in women over the age of 50 years. And so this has become a standard of care. But regrettably, only 1% of our India's population have been undergoing breast cancer screening by way of clinical breast examination. These are the latest statistics released from the National Family Health Survey. And so I brought this to the attention of the Honorable Prime Minister a year and a half ago, and we are currently working alongside the MD Anderson Cancer Center, where through the Charles Balk Endowed International Fellowship, to identify as to why 99% of women are not undergoing clinical breast examination. And this is a recent retraining of healthcare workers that we did in partnership with the National Health Mission. And we hope to publish our results and make it public and also send it to the attention of the Ministry of Ministry of Health and also to the Honorable Prime Minister. And so to reform, to perform and transform has been our Prime Minister's mantra, and I have tried my best to work alongside like-minded colleagues and friends and the government to make a meaningful difference. So in conclusion, I wish to state that the rising incidence and mortality and advanced stage of presentation is a cause for great concern. The advocacy initiatives implemented in the Telugu states created the much needed awareness about early detection. There is no doubt that opportunistic screening mammography must be encouraged in India, but in a country where more than 70% live in rural areas, clinical breast examination is an effective population-based screening tool. Breast cancer advocacy has been a powerful force over the past 2 decades in the country, disrupting the stigma, empowering women, and saving lives through early detection. The innovative digital tools, the large-scale community campaigns, and pioneering screening initiatives underscores the critical role of advocacy in shaping public health. We must all remember that advocacy is not just raising awareness, it's about building a movement. And by inspiring women to undergo regular screening, influencing policymakers, and engaging with the communities, and breast cancer advocacy continues to light the path forward. The ultimate measure, ladies and gentlemen, is the number of lives saved, the voices empowered, and a disease once shrouded in silence now brought out into the open. And to me personally, the greatest honor has been to see this vision born out of my mother's struggle with breast cancer, embraced by a nation, offering hope and strength to millions. And this is the breast center where I work, the South Asia's first freestanding purpose-built breast center at KIMS hospitals. And the promise I made after my mother left this world is that I believe the good work must continue, the show must go on, and I shall work to the best of my abilities in taking forward the body of work done in my mother's name with even more determination and focused action. And that's a promise that I make to this indomitable soul. Once again, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Kirit Mistry and everyone at Healing Our Earth for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm so pleased to have you on the Healing Our Earth, and also the remarkable work you've done, but also most importantly, your journey from the UK and to India and vice versa. It's great, and your concept of the work you're doing around advocacy is something that we've started to do, thankfully, to Cancer Alliances, who have recognized, and our NHS locally have recognized that we need the voices. So our Community Connectors project is really about getting those voices, lived experience, and helping to shape clinical practice as well as community engagement. So really appreciated that your presentation. Do we have any questions, Neilji? Amritaji? Well, one of the things we're having a grapple with in the UK is HPV awareness and vaccination, particularly with certain demographic communities. And I think that's something that we're going to be doing. We've got an NIHR program just started to look at how we connect with the faith leaders, faith schools, to try and bring HPV awareness into the domain, because that's where we're seeing in the whole of the UK, Leicester being the city has a really low uptake of HPV vaccinations. So it's something that obviously we will connect and get your wisdom and kind of ideas in terms of the work you've done. So any questions, Amritaji and Neilji?
So, correct, breast cancer, which is very common that people want to know, ask questions for. What they're asking is, what is the importance of diet before you are found out to have a breast cancer? And what is the diet's importance after you found breast cancer? Overall, generally, this is what people are asking. Over to you, Raghuram. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's a good question. I think, cancer, like other lifestyle disease, is also a lifestyle disease. And it's very important that diet plays a big role. One of the important lifestyle changes that must be inculcated from an early age. In our families, we have stopped, even in India, cooking at home. We start, we get takeaways, we eat oily food, fatty food, processed foods, ultra processed foods, red meat. So all this must be avoided. So eating healthy diet, green vegetables every day, plenty of fruits, balanced diet, and it's very important, to in addition to the diet, it's very important to not to have, most of us sit in front of our computers all day. It's very important every hour to get up. Sedentary lifestyle also is an important lifestyle factor for developing cancer. Exercise every day for 30 minutes, moderate aerobic activity, avoiding smoking, and if someone has to have alcohol, it should be kept to bare minimum. All these are lifestyle changes that must be introduced in order to ensure that we minimize, because about 30 to 50% of cancers can be prevented with just lifestyle changes. And this is something that we must be aware about and implement it and spread this word around.
Thank you. That was really wonderful. I have a question for you. So, this is one aspect that is covered. Okay, how can we prevent cancer, and how what kind of education we can promote in the societies for preventing cancer? What is your take for once a person is detected with cancer, and then a lot of people make them uh, so people become apprehensive with the things that, oh, chemotherapy, the chemotherapy are very tough, so the treatment itself is very painful for the patients, and especially with these kind of chemos where people have breast cancer, there are a lot of other things which are related with this. Many of the parameters in terms of liver profiles and other things have to be monitored. Your hemoglobin levels go down, your taste buds change, you have side effects of chemos, and people are not able to cope up because of lack of education as well as assistance and resources that people have in their families. So what is your take for these kind of situations where people become helpless, and then a person thinks it's better, should I don't want to be a burden in my family, let me die. So what do
It's
you
a very
think,
important,
and what's your message for the people? Over to you.
very important point that you brought up. And in our country, in India, counseling is taken very casually. Cancer doesn't just affect the body, it affects the mind. So just treating the body is not enough. And unless you prepare the patient's mind, give the patient that much needed inner confidence and support to the family, cancer treatment won't work. And so the first thing that we do, I mean, at our center, we take great pride in that fact that we counsel people. And chemotherapy, as you said, is associated with not just a lot of side effects, also a huge financial burden. For example, the anti-HER2 therapy in India, one injection costs about 70,000 rupees, and the patient has to take that every month for a year. So it's very important to address every issue as far as possible. But most important thing is, if we are able to give that confidence, because you said that they lose the confidence and they feel that they're a burden to their family, and to negate that, the best way is to counsel the patient well, not just once, but throughout the treatment, explaining and having somebody available on the other side, on just a phone call away, where they can answer the questions relating to the various side effects that patients experience and giving that comfort. And that is so important in chemotherapy, comforting, because you can cure sometimes, you can relieve often, but it's very essential to comfort the patient always.
Dr. Raghuram, 3 people are asking, should they consider genetic testing? And if so, one of them is asking germline or somatic.
Yes. So the vast majority of breast cancers don't occur through strong family history. Just because my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer, it doesn't mean my children will get breast cancer. Strong family history or familial breast cancer, there are certain, criteria. When there is someone who is diagnosed with breast cancer under the age of 40, or there is 2 or more immediate family members who have had breast cancer, or there is a close family history of breast and ovarian cancer or male breast cancer in the family, that's when these high risk women are counseled. You have in the UK, you have genetic counseling done, so the GP refers them, and only after the genetic counseling is genetic testing done, and that too if the patient is ready. Because I've conducted many genetic in the UK when I was in the UK, and after hearing all the options, many people say, Doctor, I know I'm at high risk, I don't want to get that test done. So it's very important for the genetic counseling to happen before any genetic test is done.
Thank you very much. Very clearly answered. Before we move to Rachel in Israel, where she's going to share her experience to us, Mita, if you got a quick question, you can ask that, or you can join a bit later. Is there a quick comment or a question you got, Mita?
Yeah, thank you, Neilji. Wonderful program, and thank you so much, Dr. Raghuramji, for your detailed explanation of your seva after moving back to India. I had 2 questions. One was on T cell research, and other one was on biobanking. Where are we generally in India on this when it comes to provision to the patients as yourself you are doing? And what's your take on it? Thank you.
Not really very familiar with both, so I'm the wrong person to ask. So won't be able to give you much information.
Okay, so for the next time, we'll try to find the answer on that. Dr. Raghuram, wonderful outreach that you have done. Maybe we can share it on our social media as well. So, Kirit, if you could organize that, let's spread the word and maybe connect Dr. Raghuram to the Indian Amen connection, particularly Amrita in Mumbai, our cancer specialist. Maybe they can connect together, because this is a very good outreach, and also to Hinduja's daughter, because she's doing very good outreaches over there. So well done, Dr. Raghuram. We wish you all the best, and we want to see you back on Healing Our Earth on the women episode as well, where we bring healthy life and healthy way of living. Thank you very much.
More power to you.
Thank you very much.
To everyone on the team. Thank you. Namaskaram.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Best wishes.
Okay, let's continue. It's been a very enlightening program today, and glad to have Rachel Wolf, from Israel, talking. Yeah. And this was one of the questions that we had in the chat earlier, is around complementary therapies and cancer, and how useful are they. So over to you, and let you give your presentation. So thank you for joining us on a Global Namaste.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and Global Namaste to everybody. Yeah, wow. Thank you for having me on. So I want to start off by saying that I have the utmost respect for modern medicine. I, at the moment, am a naturopath, and I see natural medicine as complementary, the same way I see the modern medicine as complementary to traditional. And I think it's so important to combine both of their strengths and to make a program that's right and works for you. So my cancer story starts in 2010, when my husband felt a lump under his arm. After being told it's nothing for a few months, we finally managed to convince the doctor to send us for an ultrasound. He had an ultrasound done, followed by a biopsy. And in January 2011, Martin was diagnosed with melanoma inside his lymph nodes. When he was 18, he had a small little melanoma on his back, and they removed it and they sent him on his way. Today, we already know that they put a dye in and checked the lymph nodes, but this was back in the 90s, 1990s. So it was much different back then. So after he was diagnosed, he had surgery within a few days, and they removed 60 lymph nodes. 56 of them were affected. The surgeon always joked that he should have charged us by the lymph node. We didn't understand it until he explained that usually they find a few nodes in the armpit, and 60 was a crazy amount. So at the time, they also didn't have any treatments for melanoma. They offered us radiotherapy or different old school treatments, and it felt like they offered it because they had to offer us something. And it didn't make sense to us, and it didn't speak to us. So jumped into research and researching our options. At the time, we had 3 little kids. I was breastfeeding my youngest that was 9 months old and trying to keep a normal lifestyle for them, taking care of my husband. It was a challenging time, to say the least. And thank God we had help. And that's one thing I'll say, accept help. You're not a burden. People want to help. I was very open with our kids and answered any of their questions, which I know lots of people, want to keep it from the kids and spare them. And I think it was very important to let them know what's going on so they're not in the dark. And I remember when we brought my husband home from hospital and he had the tube hanging out of his armpit. And we just explained to them on their level, because they were young, and we just said that Daddy had an operation to take bad stuff out, and now he has a bag that's draining the lymph fluid. Then obviously I had to explain what lymph fluid was. So, but they understood it, and when you give them facts, obviously on their level, they're able to accept it. The funny thing is we never really called it cancer. Thinking back, I think maybe just because of the negative connotation, and I didn't want them hearing about somebody's grandparents or somebody else dying from cancer. But they knew Daddy was sick. So researching treatments and options, nutrition and supplements, and remind you this was 15 years ago, so the internet was a very different place, and it was very new to me. And there wasn't much hype, and a lot of it was, we don't talk about it. So we always had a pretty healthy lifestyle, and we decided we have to, take it up a notch. So common sense told me that if cancer was able to grow in his body, we'd need to strengthen his body and the immune system, and at the same time, take away the stuff that was feeding the cancer, making the body an environment that the cancer could thrive in. So first thing we did was cut out sugar. Now we know it's an obvious. Then it was, so we cut out the sugar and we started juicing and cut out all of the stuff that I didn't see any benefit in. I'll never forget that my husband was drinking the Ensure, the little bottle of Ensure that the doctor insisted he drink daily because of his low body weight. And without questioning it, we followed the doctor's orders. And one day I just started reading the ingredients on the box, and I was so shocked. Everything we cut out and everything we were doing, everything we cut out of his diet was stuck in this little packet. So while I'm sitting there juicing all of these wholesome, organic vegetables and making soups and healthy meals, trying to jam in as many vitamins and minerals and nutrients into every spoonful, I was also giving him chemically rich, high sugar, and filled with a bunch of numbers and letters, all because the doctor told me to. that moment I opened the cupboard and I took out all of the stock that we had bought and I threw it in the bin. And that's when I sort of realized that I need to listen to my inner voice and not follow blindly. Like I said at the beginning, every group, every person has their strengths. And I learned that nutrition and food is not one of conventional medicine's strengths. Things are changing, I hope. But in the past, I know medical students get 1 day of nutrition in 6 years of medical studies. So you can't be an expert on 1 day. At the time, people thought my way was a little bit crazy and out there. They kept saying, you're too skinny, he has to eat cake. And I'd reply, trying not to blow up, and I'd say, he'll gain weight, but in a healthy way, add in a few more nuts. At one point, his oncologist called us into the office and informed us that my husband was incurable. I was shocked. When we walked out of the office, I informed my husband that the oncologist was no longer our doctor. I was so hurt by the words, and it really shook me. He was not God. And I didn't understand who he thought he was, that he could decide that Martin was incurable. He could have said, I have nothing else to offer, or medicine has nothing left to offer you. But by him deciding that it was incurable meant he had no hope. And I wasn't going to let him take my hope away. Martin did eventually go on medication, under an amazing oncologist, Professor Schechter in Tel HaShomer in Israel. We call him Mr. Melanoma. We did meet him earlier on in our journey, and he offered us old school meds. He didn't sound convinced by them either. And we decided not to go with that and continued with doing it naturally. And then at one point, new medicine came out, and we went for it. It was biological while still continuing his healthy lifestyle. I was making jar food 15 years ago, before it was a thing. Now it's a thing on TikTok, on everything. It's a thing, overnight oats and jar food. And it was just, for me, it was a great way that he could have a small meal, a little bite of goodness when he needed it. I was juicing, sprouting, everything I could get my hands on. Once, when I gave Martin one of the juices, I asked him if he liked it. He said, I eat what you give me. Taste doesn't come into it. And I thought to myself, that's a really good thing, because sometimes green juices can be a little bit rough, especially the ones I was making. But he did have good food, don't worry. I wouldn't say that he was fighting cancer. I believe that cancer is a part of you. Everybody has cancer cells in them. By fighting cancer, you're fighting yourself. So how can you possibly win? With melanoma, there's no blood test that gives you the all clear. But we did go for routine checkups and eventually ultrasounds, and Martin's scans are clear, and he's been cancer-free for over 12 years. Many more to come. And people often ask me if it's the medication or the lifestyle change or all the other stuff that we did that got Martin better. And I always say that it's a combination. And I know that many, many people that were on the same drug did not have a good outcome. And even our oncologist never could believe how good Martin was doing. And when I told him about all the other stuff that we do at home, he just waved his hand and he said, well, I wouldn't say there was any research or scientific backing to show that it works, but continue doing what you're doing. So he might not believe in it, but he believed that whatever was happening was incredible. So I'm not going to give you any protocol here. And I know everybody's like, but because I believe every person is different. And I believe there is no one treatment that fits all. There's no list of supplements that every cancer patient needs to take. Yes, they're your basics. And today a healthy lifestyle consists of them. And in cancer, you really want to keep the body in an alkaline environment. To me, that means green juicing, wheatgrass shots, juices of broccoli, including the stem, zucchini, parsley, coriander, celery, to name a few, the lemon with the lemon peel. We cut out milk and dairy products as they are acidic and they do cause inflammation. The same with red meat and obviously sugar. We added fermented foods, homemade, not pasteurized. What you usually find in the supermarket is usually pasteurized, and they're so easy to make and simple, so there's really no excuse. We added in antioxidants into the daily diet. We got good fats in and good oils, while at the same time removing all the bad oils, oxidized seed oils, canola, we won't even mention it. Regular detoxification of the body. It could be with baths with Epsom salt or foot pads, breathing work. People don't think breathing is detox, but breathing is detox, and obviously food detox. It's not only what goes in the body, but more importantly, what is absorbed and digested. So working on a healthy gut is so important. And now we also know that the immune system starts in our gut. So that is your first frame. Just get that gut healthy and going. Lots of times I find that people put a big emphasis on supplements and then food and forget a huge part of our emotions that, a minute, am I still on screen? Yeah. Okay. Emphasize the supplements, right? So it's a huge part is our emotions. Obviously, love and happiness and joy are all amazing and they drive us forward and we want more of them. We want to fill our life with all of those emotions. But we have negative emotions like anger and frustration and resentment that sit in the liver, or sadness and sorrow that sit in our lungs. And every emotion is associated with an organ in Chinese medicine. And these negative emotions hold us back. And if they aren't digested, they will cause pain and disease and inflammation. And yes, our emotions can even cause tumors. So like I said, there's not one plan that fits all. Each person brings their own story, and therefore each person needs their own plan. A few points that we continue to live by and haven't changed is we don't overload our bodies with medication when we don't need it. We use herbs, and my medicine cabinet consists of herbal tinctures, raw herbs, and no, I don't even have an aspirin or an Advil just in case. And when you need to take medication and you go down that route, that's fine, and use the herbs to support the body with side effects or anything else. Changing your diet when you have cancer is not for a week, and it's not for a month. It's not a trend. It's not something that you do and then say, oh, I didn't feel anything and it's been 2 weeks, so I'm going to stop. It's not how it works. It's a lifestyle change, and it's a way of life. When Martin's scan came back clear, we didn't go out and celebrate with deep fried food and sugary cake. I don't remember what we celebrated with, but it was probably a juice. So, a note is trust yourself. Trust that little voice that we all have inside us, and so many times we push aside because we're scared, because other voices are louder, because someone else must know better. Yes, it takes practice to quiet down all the outside noise and everyone else's opinions. But no one knows you or your body better than you do. So if something niggles you, if something doesn't seem right, and the doctor says it's fine, if you don't think it's right, it's not right. And make sure you get yourself checked, or you find a doctor that will listen to you. Don't let anyone take your power. Your power decides what's best for the power to decide what's best for you. your power to get up in the morning, even though you don't have the energy and just want to lay in bed, your power to go against the grain if you wish to do so. And at the end of the day, your path is yours.
Rachel,
Yes,
absolutely correct. Your journey is yours and you are the leader. And if you live your
definitely.
journey yourself, you've got no worry. Of course, you can take advice of people. Very good. And you didn't give up. You
Yep,
didn't give up while you were hurt when you were told that, look, this is terminal. You took it upon yourself and look at the result. Not
yep,
only have you reversed it, Martin is, you know, is enjoying life.
yes,
It's a soul that will always remember because he had to fight it as well. It is very, very downgrading to know that, look, hey, the world is at night, but you stood by and you mentioned everything good, that alkaline state is much
mhm,
better than acidic state. The choice is yours.
yep,
Don't give up. And if your current physician or current doctor doesn't think much of it, go to somebody else who will listen to
exactly.
you. Because
Don't take the answer just because it's told, because it doesn't, if you still have that little niggle that it's not exact
correct.
and it's not right, it's not.
And it's your body, it's your mind, more
Yep.
importantly, it's your soul. So well done. And this could be a very good example, maybe in other series when we bring here. Shortly, we're going to go back to India with Dr. Ulrich there because he is going to give us a guidance on how cancer can be treated or maybe downgraded by using Agnihotra. And then we're going to go to Dr. Ghazala. So
Can I
it's
just finish
wonderful.
with one last sentence?
Please go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and the other thing is hope, that I think hope is so important, and positivity. So don't let them take your hope away. And I just want to say to anybody that's listening, you are not alone. If anyone feels alone and they feel alone, please, please, please reach out. I will always find time to listen.
And listening is the most important thing because when you give time to people, you can give gifts,
Yeah,
money, messages, but it is the time that people need. And time is the only thing you
yeah,
cannot bring back.
yeah.
So very
Sometimes
good.
people don't need you to save them, they just need you to be there.
Correct.
So
And
if
that's well,
anybody needs, I'm here.
Well done, Rachel.
well.
Power to you. Power to you. Thank you. Amazing presentation and your journey.
Thank you so much.
So Amrita, time to go to Ulrich, who is our resident guest contributor, and let's see how Agnihotra can maybe help cancer.
Thank you, Nilkumar. Thank you, Rachel. That was so lovely. And loads of hugs to you from my side as well. Keep doing and keep working in the same way. And I can really understand and realize being a cancer caretaker, what it means to be when you have to fight from your loved ones for all these things. So thank you so much. And we'll chit chat more. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah. Global Namaste, Dr. Ray, and most welcome and a very good evening as well. You have been working in relation to Agnihotra. Agnihotra has been one of your lead works for now, and so many things you've done in terms of Agnihotra. There's so much of research with different organizations world over. You have been working on Agnihotra and working in terms of environment sustainability for cancer. There have been a lot of work. So over to you for next 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Neil, for inviting me here. That now was a very touching story about fighting cancer. So mine is a little bit different. One thing is, I'm not a doctor of medicine, so and I don't have personal experience of cancer much. But I want to talk about 2 points. How can Agnihota help to remove risks for cancer, risk factors, and what are the mechanisms which can explain how Agnihota helps? See, we have seen many reports of people who have been healed from cancer, like from brain cancer, lung cancer, breast cancer, stomach cancer, bone cancer, prostata cancer, all different types of cancer. But we can't promise any healing. Yeah, somebody just said, every person is different. Yes, everybody is different. Every cancer is different. So we cannot say it will heal you, definitely. It will heal this type of cancer now. But it can help. And but one thing is, the first thing is, Agnihota can help a lot to remove risk factors of cancer. What are the risk factors? Some are environmental pollution of air, water, soil. Second, radioactive pollution. Third, pesticides in our food, chronic inflammation, and then stress and anxiety. So let's look how Agnihota can help. First, for those who don't know, Agnihota is this fire which you do in this little copper pyramid of fixed size and shape. You burn substances like dried cow dung, cow's ghee, some rice, nothing else. It has to be done exactly at the time of sunrise, sunset. And this little app shows us when the sun rises and goes down at your place. There are two mantras in the morning, two mantras in the evening. In the morning, Suryaya Swaha, Suryaya Idam Namama, Prajapataye Swaha, Prajapataye Idam Namama. And after Swaha, you put portion of rice mixed with ghee to the fire. So that is very simple process. Takes 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening, but it has a tremendous effect. It is said that a channel is created throughout all the atmosphere. Prana energy, life energy comes through this channel down and heals everything in the environment. So it has an effect of healing the atmosphere, soil, and water resources. So the atmosphere, let us look at biological pollution, that is bacteria. You see at the left side, these petri dishes were opened for 10 minutes before Agnihota and then sent for incubation. At the right side, after Agnihota, and you see the big difference. So Agnihota removes all these bacteria and so on from the air. Also, it removes, here's some experiment, we did that, removes particulate matter and it reduces chemical pollution like SOx and NOx. Water, there's one thing, this experiment was done several times. Once, quite nice experiment was done in Pune. They poured water through a glass cylinder filled with Agnihota ash, and you see the improvement in water quality. Just look at the two last points. This bacterial pollution, it was reduced by more than 90%. Just by pouring water through this column of Agnihota ash. And this is why many people now, when they keep drinking water overnight, if possible in a copper jar, and add some Agnihota ash. That purifies the water and energizes the water also. Radioactive pollution. We don't talk much about radioactive pollution, but it's there. It's overall. And we don't see it, we can't feel it. You need some instruments, sensitive instruments to measure it. But we had, after Chernobyl, one interesting story. Some friends had a Homa farm where they performed all this fire. And at that time, farmers could not sell anything before it got tested for radioactivity. And all the farms their produce was highly radioactive, but on their farm, nothing was there. So that was very interesting. and later on we got it tested in some lab of the Academy of Science in Kiev, now Ukraine. Then it was still a part of Soviet Union, and they had developed a small instrument to measure radioactivity like that. And people from Fukushima had come, scientists from Fukushima. They wanted to test this instrument. So I was there. I suggested, okay, take this. They had brought radioactive rice from Fukushima. I had suggested, okay, take that rice, add Agnihotra ash, put it in water, and within 7 days, all radioactivity was gone. So that was a quite interesting result. So with Agnihotra ash, we can neutralize radioactivity. Another factor for developing of cancer is are pesticides. An example from nearby here, they Hoshangabad area, Madhya Pradesh, they grow pulses, and they use a lot of pesticides. And there was a big report now in the newspaper, and the doctor said earlier he had 1, 2 cancer patients per month. Now he has 5, 6 cancer patients every week. And they know it is because of the heavy use of pesticides. So, of course, first thing is we have to stop using these pesticides. And for that, homo organic farming is the way, because you get even better production, more profit for the farmers, and you don't have to use all the pesticides. Second, especially in India, you cannot always get organic food without the pesticides. So what do we do when we have to eat food which is loaded with pesticides? There was one study done in Pune some time ago. It was part of a PhD study. And this young student, Prana Abang, he tested nearly all the pesticides on the market, added Agnihotra ash to water and the pesticides, and he got a reduction of more than 80% with all the pesticides. So that is quite impressive, but that is a lab study. And in real life, it is not so easy, because here you had the pesticides just in water. In real life, you had food which is contaminated with pesticides, and there an additional step comes in, that is how to extract the pesticides from the food to the water where the Agnihotra ash can work on it. But we did that also in Lucknow, some study, and we saw that 275 pesticides were checked, and 15 were really present. And in 11 of the pesticides, we had a reduction from 75% to more than 90% overnight, just soaking the fruits overnight. So that is a quite good result. The scientists said at this lab, they said they don't see that such good results in such a short time. So that is one big thing. Now, chronic inflammation is one other factor for cancer. We have seen with Agnihotra ash, virulence of bacteria is reduced. That was a study done, quite interesting study done in Pune some time ago. A later study was free radicals are reduced and the immune system is strengthened. So that is this study done in Germany shows that free radicals are reduced in Agnihotra ash water. And here the defense system, the immune system is strengthened with this Agnihotra ash water. And the cell vitality is also strengthened with Agnihotra ash water. So that makes the body stronger to defend against cancer cells also. Now, earlier, Dr. Asta Saxena mentioned the importance of the mind, of emotions. for cancer, both for developing cancer and also for treating cancer. So here also acne hota helps a lot. What is the effect of acne hota on our mind? We have to know prana and mind, life energy and mind are like the two sides of the same coin. And the atmosphere has a direct effect on on prana. So if the atmosphere is purified by Agnihotra, then prana is affected, prana flows harmoniously, and immediately it has a very positive effect on the mind. We can see that by some test was done in Moscow. You know, a person was checked the EEG before Agnihotra, and you see beta waves, which stand for activity, but also for anxiety, stress, are predominant, 70% beta. After and on alpha, which is more the calm, relaxed state, only 17%. And after Agnihotra, you see it's totally reverse. Beta came down to 23%, and alpha came up to 57% by just one Agnihotra. So that shows a tremendous effect of Agnihotra on our mind. And another experiment which we did recently in Germany, that is an instrument which can measure the life energies and can also then display the chakras. Here you see the chakras of this person before Agnihotra, they are a little bit scattered, out of balance, out of sync. And after Agnihotra, just after one Agnihotra, see, nearly all chakras are aligned, only the throat chakra is a little bit off, but it's also in a better position than before. So it immediately balances the chakra. So that shows a tremendous effect on the human energy body, on the chakra body. So now one last thing, healing cancer when it's already there. There was one experiment done recently at Lucknow University. The background is we know in Ayurveda, most medicines are made from herbs. Now the problem is these herbs grow in polluted atmosphere, and due to the pollution, the medical potency of the herbs goes down. Now, what is if we use medical herbs from an Agnihotra atmosphere, Homa atmosphere, where we have brought the pollution levels down? So what we did is we collected 4 plants, Ayurvedic plants, tulsi, neem, curry, and bale, and we sent them to the lab of the university, and for comparison, we took the same plants from outside. They made extracts of these plants and applied them to human cancer cells, cervical cancer cells in cell line. And the results are that plants from Homa organic farming are more effective than those from non-Homa environments in decreasing cell proliferation, reducing cell viability, and increasing the level of reactive oxygen species, which helps prevent cell migration in cervical cancer cells. And they say also Homa method of cultivation is low cost, and its promising results in cancer inhibition may yield a low input, non-chemical means of enhancing plant extract biomedical application. Okay, I want to conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a nice presentation, Professor Ulrich, and a lot of things has been done in terms of cancer. So, is there any particular kind of studies that different kind of institutions are taking in consideration in relation to homotherapy?
I don't get the question.
Like, are there any particular kind of cancer studies that are taking place in relation to homotherapy? Like today we dealt with different type of cancers, breast cancer, prostate cancer, rectal cancer, um, ovarian cancer. So are there any specific studies that you're aware about, or it's just about the general studies of the cancer that has been taken place?
I mean, this was a study, but it was a study in cell lines in the lab only, and this was cervical cancer cells. So it was one type of
Cervical
cancer.
cancer cells.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a lab study, and the study in hospitals, we tried other studies in hospitals. It is so difficult. It is so difficult. I hope sometime we will find somebody who's interested in that. We have some results in especially South America, but that's not a study. They just take experiences, yeah, but it's not a systematic study. I hope sometime we will find some doctor and some hospital where they want to do that. But till now, it is difficult. I hope. Still, I have hope.
Definitely. There's a very big hope and there's a very big ground on studying the performance of Agnihotra with people on cancer survivors who are cancer patients, even their caregivers. There's a lot of scope in working and studying them because definitely mantras have been one of the big studies already has been done on the role of mantras in different kind of diseases for the prevention as well as the cure rate has also been changed. And therefore, homotherapy definitely has a big ground to work and the promotion of it. That is why on traditional knowledge systems and indigenous knowledge system has a great ground on in terms of homotherapy. And it's an emerging side of traditional knowledge systems, I would say, which you're taking care of worldwide, and I really appreciate that, and we congratulate for your endeavors, and we look forward to have better seeking collaborations in different types and different ways to go forward. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Wait, one thing is, we do not have a study, but we have a lot of reports. And you mentioned that we, on 1st of March, we will have another episode on Agnihotra that will be on healing. And there we will cover, because I mentioned a lot of healing from different kinds of cancer. So there's a lot, and we have a lot of data, and this will be shared on that date. And then we'll see, okay?
Dr. Rich,
We look forward to.
I think it was a wonderful presentation. Amrita, why don't you do something straight away? Share this with Dr. Swapnil. He's very senior. He's very much into cancer in a real life. And ask him that how slowly but surely can we integrate this, to study this, to open up, to see if there is any room of enhancement or alternative treatment. And because Ulrich is already in India, if he feels there is a mileage, then maybe you can introduce them, and let's spread the word. Till we don't spread the word, we don't know who will take it up. And Swapnil is very well advanced, so if you could organize that.
Yes, I will definitely try.
If you could do it tomorrow morning so that we get going, because Swapnil might have a point to say or something, so it will be very beautiful. So Ulrich, very well done.
Thank you, thank you.
Keep on collecting data, keep on collecting more information, and let's spread the words. It'll be beautiful. So from Israel to London to India, let's go to Scotland. The Wales lady, Dr. Ghazala, is in Scotland at the moment. She traveled via England to get to Scotland, and let's see what she has got lined up for us.
Well, thank you so much.
Namaste.
Global namaste. Global namaste to everybody. And I have been listening on my 6-hour journey to everybody, just so you know. I've been taking note.
Amazing. Well, thank you for joining us, and obviously we're glad to have you on Healing on Earth. And over to you to tell us your journey. And obviously your talk is on community compassion and cancer awareness.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. And this whole subject and this whole program today is very close to my heart. So keeping it in line with World Cancer Day on the 4th of February, I'd like to share a little bit about my journey and my work, because it is very relevant to what we're doing and what we're talking about, and everything resonated so well, and especially with Rachel, her beloved, also called Martin. So is my late husband. So my journey with cancer was affected also from my father, who, again, when we talked about prostate cancer, how it spreads the body. So he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, then it linked to stomach cancer, then it was diagnosed with liver cancer. And so that kind of was like the introduction of a personal family member that you're affected, your loved ones. So my book was also written exactly that, was the journey of my life. That was a journey. The reason the book was written was my late husband, Martin, said to me, we should raise more awareness of this cancer. And his particularly was pancreatic cancer, which has one of the lowest survival rates. And Positive Purple became my campaign because I wanted to lift the world of cancer and not to doom and gloom it, because there are so many people going through it, with it. And also there are many people that were written off, but they actually survived and they're here to tell the story. So with that in mind, I wanted to share my little talk in this 10 minutes about that. So I was inspired by World Pancreatic Cancer Day, which was in November, and Niagara Falls lit the whole falls purple. So when Martin was diagnosed with cancer and he wanted me to raise awareness, I was like, okay, what can I do to raise awareness in my little country of Wales? Well, what is the biggest thing around there for me? So this, when we talk about awareness, is my little brain doesn't do little. It just has to go doing something big. So I looked at what is big around here that can kind of match Niagara Falls. So the best thing I could do was my castle, Conway Castle. I decided to contact the National Trust and say to them, I want to light up the castle purple in aid of World Pancreatic Cancer Day. And when I told them the story of my late husband diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, there's no questions. And the message in this is always ask, because when you're raising awareness, there are so many people want to do great things for great causes. So they said, yeah, the combination lock to the castle walls is all yours. Take it away. And my daughter and I took 4.5 hours and we lit up the castle purple. That castle is actually on the front cover of my book, which is called Love, Live, Lost, and is in sickness and in health till death do us part, and is a positive journey about the love that still lives. You know, when you're loved right and you lived with that, you carry that love through your work. My dear Martin was a very gentleman of a character, and he said, you know what, he said, nobody should have to go through this, but you know something, you're a girl that really spreads the word, so share the word. So I did. What he didn't realize that I was going to take it to the bigger extremes. So in line with the Niagara Falls, I lit up Conway Castle, I lit up the pier, and the manager at the Llandudno pier said to the owner of the pier, he said, you know, this girl, you know, she said she was going to light up the pier purple. Well, she's doing it herself. She's actually climbing on the gates and doing this, which he's like, is she okay? I said, don't worry, I got insurance for it. The Welsh Mountain Zoo was so supportive. The national, you know, camera crew watched in with this. The Marble Church, which was close to the hospital that looked after Martin from the cancer unit, they were supportive of it and let me light the whole church purple. I had my bestie friend held the ladder for me while I climbed up those floodlights and made it go purple. And then the sheriff of Chester at the cathedral in Chester, he said, I heard about this girl that lights up buildings purple, iconic buildings purple, but I didn't realize the girl gets on the buildings herself and does it. And sure enough, he wanted to watch. And he did. He came with his wife and they watched me light up the cathedral purple. There are pictures all about this. And of course, anybody want to know more, please reach out and I will share with you some of these beautiful images of iconic buildings purple. Because when you are hurting, you're also wanting to do good. And we've heard throughout the day, and I've been listening on the journey in my 6-hour journey, was about being positive. And my campaign became positive because that's what I wanted to do. We all know we're born, and that's a fact of life. We're here. We all know we have a time scale. And what happens in between is how we address it. So learning and education has been a big part of my personal journey, but it was a big part of somebody I loved that wanted to share the awareness and through my communities. In my book, at the bottom of each page, there's a little wheelbarrow. You may ask, what's the wheelbarrow? Well, the wheelbarrow, everybody has a little bucket list too in life. I want to do this, I want to do that. People have got nothing wrong with them. They still have a bucket list. When Martin was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, which has one of the lowest survival rates of all cancers out there, he wanted me to raise awareness. The book was written in threefold. Number one, it was a tribute to him and his wish for helping others to live and work through this. Number two, it was to raise awareness of the symptoms of the cancer, such as things like being jaundice, such things like we don't talk about stools. And we always talk about number one, but we don't talk about number two. But yeah, we can talk about a dog who's at a pink ball and then he does a number two and you're going to clear the dog's mess. And you're like, it's okay. The pink ball has come out. The dog ate it. It's come out. We talk about stools. But we don't talk about human stools. And that part of it is very much about that. So this was about understanding that oily stools had a concern for pancreatic cancer. And also about abdominal pain and the weight loss and dietary change. Just a funny kind of note, Martin said to me, wifey, you know I married you for your curries. I said, I thought you married me because you fancied me. He said, yeah, that one as well. But I can't eat the curries anymore. And then we realized something was wrong. And of course, there was dietary changes, his weight loss. So this was all explained about pancreatic cancer awareness. I will just say on that point, and I'm very short of time, there is a breakthrough with pancreatic cancer that was actually shared in November this last year, that there is a breakthrough of breath tests that are now being done for pancreatic cancer awareness. And we talked so much on this program today about food, what we eat, from the everyday home cooked food to the juicing, to the lifestyle, the positivity. Breath test is one that is actually now being used to pick up.
I think we have lost signal, Kirit, over there.
Yeah, I think we've lost. Oh, she's coming back. She's coming back.
So many, because she was up traveling into Scotland or maybe trying to get the signal in.
Yeah.
What an amazing journey that we have got. Ulrich with a completely different out-of-box thinking.
Yeah.
Yet he has some data.
We've got Javelin back, Dr.
Sorry, signal, I don't know where I was, but I will pick up about the community part of the involvement. The community were brilliant because they've known me for my work that I've done in dedication for fundraising. And collectively to this point, as I speak to you guys today, £250,000 I've raised for community projects, making a big difference in our world of what we do. And pancreatic cancer side of it was a big part of it. And the community helped me through the wheelbarrow race we did on the promenade. I was recognised for my work at the Houses of Parliament for this raising funds. But what I did say is if I can raise, even just on the pancreatic cancer alone, in memory of Martin, I wanted to do something big. So I got my mayor of the town involved, who gave us a send-off to take the message of awareness. I couldn't take it no higher than the highest mountain of England and Wales, Mount Snowdon. And I did a high five to Martin. I took a team, I took the camera crew, I took 7 flags to get the message across the world. I couldn't go no wider, no higher, but I got the message out there to raise awareness. So when we are talking about cancer, there's also needs funds. As a fundraising manager, I realized how much work was needed to raise the vital funds for research, for work, and everything that is needed to help us to break this cancer bad spell, the big bad C. And finally, like my everyday work, is working with one of the largest cancer charities in the UK, which is covering, when we talk about over 1,000 people a day diagnosed with cancer, we raise awareness. I stand in the midst of my communities at ground level and talk to the everyday people. being there for them, to be a listening ear, to being there for them, to be navigating them and signposting them to the different areas, because people need that, because they're too scared. They may just do their little shopping once a week, the necessaries. But then I'm there and they see me. They sometimes say I'm the little genie on the little lamp, that they just like I magically appeared. But you know what? Everyone out there, sometimes they're too shy to reach out for help. Perhaps maybe we need to just be present and let them know that we're there for them should they need any help. So with that, I just want to say that today's program has been incredible. My positivity remains positive against all odds and losses, because I'm not the first, as Martin said, I'm not the first that will lose a loved one. I won't be the last of the ones that carry on. And there are many fights and many people, cancer survivors out there, have beaten against all odds, and they're here to tell the story, and they're thriving in their life. And may we all happily live with them joyfully and continue the work and help many others, and we will make the breakthrough. And I'm with you guys all the way. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. Very we saved the best to last, but no, I think the whole day has been amazing. We've got some really, you know, and this is where what Healing Our Earth is doing, is bringing all of us together, all of you to share. And obviously we've got to not just share it here, we've got to take it out into our communities and wider. So thank you for your presentation, all of you. We've got Maureen from Canada on with us as well.
So Maureen, have you got any comments? Maureen is our regular contributor as well.
I'm trying. Oh, there I am, unmute. Okay, great. Where'd we go? I'm sorry. Technology is my friend, isn't it? Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm so impressed and so inspired by all of the sharing. And I've only been able to be here for about half an hour. I'm in Vancouver, Canada, and I've had a very intense time. So I actually was a little slow this morning. So I really will have to watch the recording to catch more of the brilliance of sharing. And thank you so much, Dr. Burke. That is, I know a little bit about that, having a friend that's very involved in the Agnihotra. And you know, and all of these solutions are already there. And to me, it's about the business of cancer as well, that we need to keep bringing up from our direct experience. You know, exactly the book, Dr. Ghazala. Is that the way you're saying Ghazala? Sorry for my mispronunciations. However, yes, there's so much awareness and so many different particles in this thing called cancer, environment of our food, of our air, of our minds, and all of the tragedy going on in the world. Those are all ingredients in creating dis-ease. And the work that I do, inner resonance technologies, which can be found at my website, maureenedwardson.com, addresses and activates that part of you, of your own inner healing programs, and clears all of the buildup of experience on a quantum level of all the ancestry of buildup, all of the environment of all different kinds, the soul memory, and our whole life. Because every thought, every experience we've had that becomes unresolved in our field has an impact and disconnects us from the ability to receive that direct source energy of whatever each of us calls God and God consciousness. So it plays well with everything else. And it's also a fundamental piece in allowing people to be their own best healer as well. And just very briefly, you know, I had a massive heart attack, which really surprised me because I'm a really healthy person. I'm 77. And well, pardon me, I'm a little ahead of myself, 77 in July. I guess I'm really looking forward to that 77. Anyway, 2 years ago, I was in Spain traveling with a spiritual group, and I ended up on the third evening, Saturday night, late night after midnight, with emergency surgery. I had
turned down 2 ambulances because I have this perception of myself as healthy. And, the symptoms were just dizziness and faintness, and that sort of thing. Oh, dehydration. I'm in this 30-degree temperature. And I had 100% block in my first RV, 70% in the second. And I laughed because it was just like, what, really? Seriously? I was more curious than anything. And by the morning in the ICU, I had done my own work on myself, my own IRT, interventions technologies, and all my stats were all really impressing everyone in the ICU. And 3 days later, they were looking for the 70% to, organize the second procedure in 2 weeks' time. Nothing. Fourth day, head cardiologist, nothing. Friday, they went in physically, nothing. Your heart is clear. It's completely healthy and totally functional. Kicked me out of the hospital. 4 days after that, at 9 a.m., I'm on a plane from Ibiza, Spain, back to Vancouver, Canada, through Amsterdam, 18 hours on my own. And so this is the power that each of us have within our own healing programs. So that works together with all the other good things, because we have to be responsible with our food and our thoughts and our way of being and our beliefs, and then keeping that inspiration that you're doing so beautifully with your purple iconic buildings all over the world, and how that catches, that's like a positive virus, isn't it? And I missed a major part of my healing, which was all the people, over 100 people in my group, came out of their conference rooms when they found out Sunday morning, and they all sent me healing prayers and love. And so love, yes, love is the answer, and love is that frequency. So our job is to feel good. Wayne Dyer, if anyone remembers Wayne Dyer, quite a well-known spiritual teacher, he always said, our main job in life is to feel good. And good is God with an extra O. So we feel good physically by eating the right things, engaging with the incredible Agnihotra and all the other ways that we have, multitudinous ways to be healthy, to get healthy, to keep healthy. And, we just have to come together like Healing Our Earth does so brilliantly. Thank you so much, Neil Kumar, and all of you, and Dr. Kirit, and all of you here. It's just so spreading the word. And how do we keep spreading the word and keep that faith? Because all the answers are here within our environment, and all the brilliance of what's been known sometimes for centuries, and new things that are being evolved and created all the time. Just being in that good news department, and letting people know and network, and really taking that ability to responsibility, and share. That is, I think, is really super important. Awareness, right? And feeling good, feeling that God within is what our business truly is. Love, that's who we are. Thank you so much for asking me to say something. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maureen. Love is the factor that she's talking about. We're now going to close down. It's gone 6 p.m. here today in the United Kingdom. Thank you for being there very late, Ulrich. It's shortly going to be midnight over there. You are muted. Wonderful presentation. Amrita will connect you with Dr. Swapnil. Ulrich, before we let you go, just for 1 minute, your tips so that we can be healthy in life.
My tip would be perform Agnihotra.
There you
Besides
are.
many other things, but perform Agnihotra, one basic thing.
Agnihotra, and he verily and truly believes in it. On 1st of March is bringing a full production of it, and you can know more about Agnihotra. We've got a special edition live on Healing Our Earth on 1st of March. Ghazala, you had your own story, over 1 minute. Your tips to be happy and healthy in life.
Yeah, stay positive, because it is a process, and that positivity is the greater health within. And as Maureen said, it's about the good, right, in the God and the faith. Keep the faith, because there is hope, and there's enough resources around us to pull us out of it. Yeah. positivity.
Ghazala says that profitability is in positiveness and remove any negative elements that you've got. Thank you, Ghazala. Rachel, you actually reversed cancer over there and you've been very vociferous in your own style. Your 1 minute tip to the society to be healthy and happy.
Well, nutrition. If you can't read it, don't eat it. That's my way. If you're getting a package, go raw, go basic, back to basics, and positivity and hope. And hope doesn't mean living forever. Hope is having quality of life. And don't forget to deal with your emotions, because that little voice inside, don't bottle them up. If you don't deal with them, they will make you sick.
Brilliant. So Rachel's tips over there, again, useful. Kirit, well done with a good production today. We have had lots and lots of wonderful presenters and contributors. So let's connect them to the appropriate people in different countries and build our network. And Kirit, your 1 minute tip to remain healthy and happy.
Well, I think we've heard it from everyone, but I think the common is we know our bodies better than anyone else. So that's the tip really. So if there's anything different, go and seek attention.
Brilliant. If it's something different, seek attention over there. And let's go to our very own Dr. Amrita Sharma, the lead anchor at Healing Our Earth. Amrita, your tips for being healthy and happy.
My tip is where there is a will, there is a way. That's the only tip of life. And that's why the strongest will to live, which so many traditional medicines talk about, the inner energy and that quantum, that chi, that prana, which is inside the real consciousness in the soul till the time it is pure and you have a will to live, you will always find a way to live in life. And that's what we hear the stories of so many people who have fought death, who have been living examples for so many of others who will find their ways through them. And so this little light of mine, let's always make it shine forever and ever. That's my tip.
Thank you. And you're a good example. You're always shining. So it's very good and wonderful. And my tip is very simple. Anger, hatred, animosity, nothing of that sort is profitable. Let it go. If some of you who are 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years old, at a click of a finger, all those years were gone. So life is very short. So to make the life beautiful, the journey is yours, the choice is yours, and you decide whether you want to be happy and healthy. Don't let others influence you. And that's my bit of tip. And Amrita, Gayatri Mantra, and let's close off today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for today's episode, and special thanks to Kirit Pail for producing this episode, and also loads of thanks to all the contributors who have contributed for making this episode, and also the cancer givers, cancer survivors, the cancer caretakers, as well as people who are listening to us. We'll be bringing to you another beautiful episode the very next week with the music fest and festivity in the music melodies for you all. And therefore, keep cheering till then. Let's close today's episode with Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi